We have a very interesting and unusual program for you this afternoon, but to get the most out of it, I have to give you a bit of background. When this organization of social work heritage was founded, George and I were discussing it. We can't agree whether it was 79 or 80. But early on, we identified several sources of material for the archives. First among them that we were lucky to begin with was the collection of papers from distinguished people in the community who had made outstanding contributions and were kind enough to give us their files. Out of that material, we have received invaluable journals, out-of-print books, unpublished papers, and other memorabilia that we are delighted to have. This project has moved along rather steadily, and I think with your help and by helping us circulate in the community that we are interested in such material, I think it's a self-starter, and we are pleased to report success. Our second source of material was the invaluable archives, but they didn't think of them as archives, of agencies. Buried in agency files is a tremendous, rich vein of material historically related to this community. But we have not been so lucky in getting that kind of material. The part of the problem has been the innumerable agencies, a small board, and we do hope to make it one of our major projects for the forthcoming year. And I look out on this audience this afternoon, and we're going to invite you to be a living index to what's buried in those files. I would like to call your attention to this brochure that we're very pleased to have, and our chairman modestly neglected to say that her husband contributed a great deal to getting it done. We're a resourceful board. We call on anybody we can catch. In the meantime, our experience in collecting material from agencies has not been an easy one, as I said. A couple of us have tried it, and I'd like to give you a brief example of what we encountered. It was easy enough to get an appointment with an agency executive. We got there. We were very well received. They endorsed our program. And then when I said, let us look to what you've got in your archives, I've never seen such glazed looks in anybody's eyes. It's my experience from having once been an agency administrator that the last thing you have time for is to look in the closed files. They are there. They take space. They are keeping some volunteer or another worker from sitting down. And you worry about them, but you seldom dig in them. Now, and I was looking at one executive whom I happened to have been on his board and I knew had done extraordinary work in starting a very innovative program in the field for the aged about 20 years ago. I tried to talk about it. Perhaps it's the pressure of today's needs. Perhaps it's the decrease in resources, but it is a blank. We don't have archival material. I finally looked at him and I said, I really wasn't expecting to get a draft of the Elizabethan Poor Law or even a bundle of Mary Richmond's unpublished letters. What about the material you did here? Oh, the lady that did that retired. I'm not sure. I know it's there, but I don't know how to find it. Now, if we're going to get it, we're going to have to ask you to be a living index for us, because people here have either are now currently or have been recently involved as an employee or as a volunteer in an agency, and you've got to help us find it. We have a brochure now that does a better job of defining what is archival material, and I'd like for you to review it. We're going to call on you again. Our third source of material that we early on identified was the oral history. In the living memory of many people in this room and in the community lies a vast reservoir of material of tremendous interest. It is a matter of recording it. Now, here I'm happy to report that we have been more successful. We finally got the equipment, we got underway, and as of now, I counted up and I think we have 12 oral histories. They last anywhere from an hour to 3 hours. You'll be pleased to know that we have an oral history by Zdenka Bubin and by Dean Arlene Johnson. We have scheduled 17 oral histories to be completed sometime this summer. And I want to warn you that we have a little malice aforethought in this program this afternoon. Your name may be on the list, and if it is not, you may be asked to do some interviewing for us out of your area of expertise in the field we're interested in. Now, I'm sure if you got a group of social workers to get up and say one of their best skills, the first thing they would announce is that they know how to do interviewing, or at least they think they do. But I dare say that few of us have ever interviewed for the record, for history. And I think it takes a very special skill. And this program wasn't accidental because I am listed to be an interviewer, and before I reveal myself not knowing how to go about it, I thought we'd have a demonstration this afternoon. So we have asked that an oral interview that has already had 3 hours of taping, that they give us another segment of taping. And we are not sure what the subject is. We do not know what they're going to say, but we all do know that such as it is with us that grow older, when we review our history, it seems to have happened only yesterday. The program this afternoon is an interview, a continuing interview by Elizabeth McBroom, known to all of you as a distinguished social work educator, editor of the social work papers, and I think has taught about every course I ever heard of along the line in practice and human growth. She will be continuing her interview with John Milner, and John Milner, again, hardly needs an introduction here, but he says I may say that he's been at this business over 50 years. As student, practitioner, social work educator, participant in conferences innumerable in institute, and perhaps the thing I think most of is the definer of the content and the methods of intervention in the field of child welfare. I'm going to call on them. The program is theirs. Let us see what happened only yesterday. John, Elisa, the program is yours.
Before we start, Dr. Hamovich has suggested that I bring you some good news, that our next dean has been appointed. It's Dr. Remo Patty. I've been on the faculty at the University of Washington for many years. He's a graduate of our own school, both his degrees from our school. His wife is a graduate of our school. So next year when you come, you'll see a picture of the sixth dean on our wall. This is an unrehearsed interview. I don't know what I'll be asked, and I'm not sure what I'm going to answer.
John, you came to Los Angeles to live and work for the first time in 1946, just fresh out of the Army, and that some ways seems like only yesterday, but we know it has been time for 2 generations of children to be born and grow to maturity, and there have been lots of changes. And I wonder if you'd start by telling us something about how the city looked when you arrived here in 1946.
I have to have a long time memory for that. I remember first coming on the campus, Arlene Johnson had wired me when I was in the Army asking if I would come on faculty, and I was very unsure I wanted to teach. So one of the first places I came was to the campus when I was out of the Army. And I felt like I really stepped back in time in a way. It was very quiescent, passive kind of campus. It didn't seem to me to have been much affected by the war. The main buildings were all on Child's Way, and there was a hot dog stand on Child's Way and a Phelps Welker store, which had a different name at that time, on Child's Way, and a malt shop. And the only buildings off were, I think, the gymnasium and one or two other buildings, the Elizabeth von Kleinsmith building. The faculty met with me the first day, and the only eating place was a table in the corner of the big banquet hall behind Elizabeth von Kleinsmith Hall. The thing I remember particularly was kind of the elegance of the administration building, where Dr. von Kleinsmith, who was president, had his offices. They were furnished in French antiques that were gifts of the Adams family. I'm correct on that. And many art objects in the hallway, oriental objects that were very valuable, had not been destroyed in any way, in spite of all the traffic in the building. The rooms were formally outfitted, and it was a place where Arlene Johnson loved to hold teas. And that was the main entertainment in those days, of coming to a tea party, even in spite of a lot of complaints from agencies that this was not the most exciting entertainment. And I remember Arlene always worried that Dick Mudhurst at a little later time and I were going to spike the punch to liven up the place. And I'm not saying that we didn't. If we wanted to entertain there, we could ask the secretary of the president, Dr. von Kleinschmidt, who was himself really a elegant man, I think the last of the Victorians. He would arrive each morning with his morning coat on and gray trousers and a Somberg hat, and a chauffeur would bring him to the door and he would come in. So if we wanted to entertain, we approached his secretary, and if we'd behaved ourselves well during the year, she would bring out the best china that had been left to the university by wealthy families and the best of silver, and we would treat it in style. So this was kind of an atmosphere of the university, it felt to me at the time. But I could see the clouds of Army coming, that within a very short time we would be a campus with many, many veterans coming. And there was some preparation for that, the moving on of some temporary buildings to be used as classrooms. And I knew that the whole atmosphere of the school would change. Not only our school, but the schools throughout the university. An example, there was a policy that there could be no smoking in any building on the campus. A year later, you could hardly see in the classrooms. They were filled with veterans. When I first came, there were almost all women students. Within a year or so, we had over 51% male students in the School of Social Work, so that you started to see major changes occurring. Within the community itself, I observed practices that today seem very dated. An example, at the California Children's Home Society, babies were kept in the agency that was on Adams Avenue in an old colonial house. Babies were kept in those cribs for many months before adoption ever took place. They were studied in every possible way, and the policy of the staff was to hold the child until they could scientifically match them to adoptive parents, so that there were pictures pasted all over the walls of babies and of parents, and if they could find some that looked alike, that was one factor for placing in that with that particular family. The adoption process was a very slow one. And at a later time, an adoption committee with the Welfare Council here worked to change policies so that adoptions were stepped up a great deal. And the adoption of older children was very limited at the time. It was just one example of agency practice. Children's institutions were in most ways dated. I think the most progressive institution at the time was Vista Del Mar, which had been the first institution in the country to establish the cottage system for children. But McKinley Home, Donald Pitts is here, brought 3 pictures of McKinley Home that are on the table here. McKinley Home was still housed out in the valley with 4 large dormitories with a large number of children living in each building, I think 60-some in each of the buildings, and stayed there until it was converted into a shopping center, and the McKinley built new quarters on the east side of the city. That the practices within institutions were quite dated. The Catholic orphanage was still in existence, almost a medieval type of orphanage. There were programs that were limited in their specializations, like Jewish Big Brothers, which eventually expanded a great deal. And you started to see the beginnings of what we now have, of agencies expanding to their programs, and agencies starting to really develop services that were currently needed for the veterans. And one was the Veteran Psychiatric Clinic, where I used to volunteer.
John, everybody in this room, I think, knows that you taught here in the School of Social Work for, was it 31 years, and that you were a great teacher. And let's talk today a little more about some of your extracurricular activities during these years. And I think very early you went out on statewide barnstorming with the California Youth Authority. Could you tell us about that adventure?
Yes, the school at that time had a very special interest in the correctional field. And this is something that I think has been lost in recent years. But we tended to have students placed in corrections, in probation, and in some of the institutional programs, which were, I think, good learning opportunities for youngsters. But the California Youth Authority was established, and Heman Stark headed the Youth Authority, and Carl Holton also participated in the Youth Authority. And he was chief probation officer here in Los Angeles, and very loyal to social workers, and a close friend of the schools, and particularly of Ruby Enlows. And so he was most helpful to us in the placement of our students and so forth. But I was asked to go with a driver and be taken to every youth authority facility in the state and conduct training sessions. And it was quite an experience. They didn't take me to every one of them. They avoided those that dealt with girls. And there was a great prejudice against any of the programs for girls. And it took a long time for the women's programs, the girls' programs, to develop. That you saw a great irregularity in the kinds of programs within the states. Some were very progressive. Some of the county institutions that were correctional institutions were highly progressive. The one at Riverside County, which was started by a man who was a half-breed Indian and had been an alcoholic at one time, a highly creative man, started this program in which the youngsters themselves built the entire correctional institution, which is a ranch leading up into the mountains in Riverside County. And the very fact that they created their own community made it a very progressive program. They didn't hire social workers. The people who lived with the youngsters were all tradesmen, carpenters, electricians, farmers, so forth. And the man had many innovative ideas that I thought were adaptable to other places, but it was difficult to get them into effect in our state institutions because they were already established practices and how they should operate. And I think in California we've had a number of highly creative programs that dealt with problems of this sort, and often the best learning out of them has never been transferred into general practice.
Still in the corrections field, I think early on you were identified with DCI here on the campus, and branching out from campus to the DCI's operations in Arizona and in Hawaii.
Yes, I taught with the Delinquency Control Project. I think I started teaching the second year program. It was a program that was financed in part by the Ford Foundation, and our university sponsored it. People like Al Feldman and I think who else, Dan Pursuit, so forth, are some of the early organizers of the program. Norris Class and I were teachers in the program, and it was a program that still continues on this campus, in which they bring in juvenile police from all over the world, largely from the States, but we've had them from any number of foreign countries during the several years that I taught, and I taught them courses in human development. And the interesting thing was the resistance to the type of material I was teaching from policemen. If I'd not had some experience of teaching in the military, I think I would have probably left the first day. They didn't want to believe the kinds of things that I was saying, and often want me to prove this or prove that. But interestingly, at the end of each session, when the students evaluate courses, the two people who got the highest evaluations were Norrie Class and me, social workers. And many of their own teachers were from their own departments, and high-ranking police officers and so forth. And an interesting thing, too, is a number of them came personally wanting help with their own children or with their own family problems of different kinds. And one who protested the most became a chief of police in one of the Bay Area's cities, and he was lividly against social workers, and his daughter was killed at a later time in an auto accident, and he came to us for help when this happened, and has since been a very loyal supporter of social work.
You've done a great deal in study and evaluation and consultation with children's agencies. Could you tell us something about going out to the Queen's Trust in Hawaii and what happened there?
Yes, I'd forgotten about that trip. That in Hawaii they were eager to have different training programs made, and I've gone several times to do different things, and usually it's been sponsored by the McInerney Fund there or the Queen's Trust in Hawaii. And I think the thing you're referring to was a McInerney study of a project that had been established over there by some prominent businessmen on the Big Island and it was a project of working with delinquent boys, and it was called the Citizenship Training Group, and it was highly creative, and they wanted me to come over and evaluate it so they could present the program to the legislature and try to get it statewide. And I spent my whole one Christmas vacation, I think in the 1963 or 4, over there doing the study. And I think some of you who lived in Hawaii or here recognize that it's hard to work in Hawaii. They want you to be entertained all the time. But I did get the study out in 2 weeks. But in this study, they were largely working with kids who lived back in the backwoods part of the island, who were really primitive in their lives in many kinds of ways. And it was largely socially introducing them to new kinds of experiences that they could have that would socialize them. And I was given a interpreter because almost all the interviews were in Pidgin English on their side, and I was given an interpreter while I was there. And often after I'd interviewed a family or the youngsters, they would give me a gift. I would leave like a big gunny sack full of pineapples, and always had to kiss all the ladies before you left. And so it was an enjoyable experience.
Then I think you went out to Phoenix and participated in a big study there with Wayne McMillan, and got somewhat into the girls' institution and had a kind of an interesting incident at the convent of the Good Shepherd.
I remember well. Yes, the Phoenix community asked for a general community study to be made to reorganize their social services, and this was to be headed by Dr. Wayne McMillan from the University of Chicago, and I was asked to participate in the study. Blythe Francis from Family Service here was also on the study team, and we were brought to Phoenix to spend a number of days looking into the practices of the institutions and the structure of institutions, and write our report and present it to some of the leaders of Phoenix. And the one instance you refer to, was, I was sent out to study the convent of the Good Shepherd, which was located out of town in Phoenix, and it was an institution of services, and this was to be headed by Dr. Wayne McMillan from the University of Chicago, and I was asked to participate in the study. Blythe Francis from Family Service here was also on the study team, and we were brought to Phoenix to spend a number of days looking into the practices of the institutions and the structure of institutions, and write our report and present it to some of the leaders of Phoenix. And the one instance you refer to, was, I was sent out to study the convent of the Good Shepherd, which was located out of town in Phoenix, and it was an institution that cared for delinquent girls. They did not have a state institution for them. They contracted with the Catholic agency to do this. So I had to go out by taxi, and got out in the country and dismissed the taxi and go up to these huge walls and knock on the gate and ring a bell and wait, and finally I hear footprints coming across the tiles, and a little door opens and peeks out, and find what I wanted. I explained why I was there. I was sure that all preparations for my coming had been made through the channels, but they hadn't been, and I couldn't come in. There I was stranded in the country, so I hitchhiked back to Phoenix, and feeling a bit miffed, because our time was particularly limited. But I discussed it with Dr. McMillan. We went to the high officials of the church, and I was told to return the next day, and the gates opened widely to me, and I was given opportunity to learn about program, and the sisters gave me a big chicken lunch, and they were not allowed to be seated with me traditionally, so I sat at this huge table with all of them standing waiting on me, and it compensated for the day before. But I was always interested that they wanted to present their best foot forward, because we'd walk through the dormitories where the girls lived. You would see some of the crucifixes banged up and things broken within the dormitory, and the sister would always explain that there'd been an earth tremor or that something had happened. And I had worked in residential treatment, and I know what kids can do to buildings and to the decor and so forth.
One of the big things that's happened, I think, in this period of time we're looking at was the war on poverty. And one of the big things in the war on poverty that still carries on and has really been a success was Operation Head Start. And John, you had a big role to play in starting up Head Start here in L.A.?
Yes. Our School of Social Work inherited this responsibility from the School of Education. The university had been asked to do the Head Start training programs in this area, and they'd asked the School of Education to do it, and the Dean of Education didn't approve of Head Start and turned it down, and President Topping wanted very much for it to be done on the campus, and so came to our school to ask, and I was assigned the responsibility of heading the Head Start training. And I needed to get teachers from various disciplines to participate in the training, and that necessitated my dealing with the Dean of Education and trying to appease him. But I must say that he finally gave me names of two just excellent teachers who participated. And we held sessions, I think, for a period of about 2 years in training Head Start people. And some of our graduates became active in Head Start programs at a later time. And I found it a valuable experience, and often met with Head Start people in the succeeding years.
I know Jo Yelder has made her mark in Head Start, and that the whole push now is to really enlarge on Head Start and really carry on with it. One of the things that's happened is that I think we've really come into an age of electronics in these years, and electronics has come into its own. Here we are, microphone in hand and tape running, I guess. Would you say something about these aids, so-called audiovisual devices in social work education and in the broader field, conferences and so forth?
Well, I thought I was an innovator of these a few years ago, but today I can't operate anything that they make. But I think I had one of the first tape recorders in Los Angeles, and it was an enormous machine that was very hard to carry, and I felt it had a value in teaching practice courses particularly. And I remember taking it, I think in about 1947 or 8, taking it to a meeting that was held at the Family Service Agency in Los Angeles to demonstrate the use of tapes and to discuss some of the ethical responsibilities in taping. And I upset one of the women social workers there said that I was unethical to use a machine like this, that I should be run out of the profession, and she got up and marched out of the meeting. And I have since found the use of both audio and visual tapes to be very valuable teaching aids. I do think sometimes they're overly used, and I think it's awfully important to appropriately use these. And that I think social work needs more to look at what they can do visually. And this past, I think it was 2 years ago, I made 4 training films for the County Department of Public Welfare. They were each hour films made on full-size movie films and then transferred to audio tapes. I think more of this kind of thing needs to be done by social workers, and I'd like to see more done in social work by social workers in the commercial field of interpreting our profession to lay people or to other professionals. That there have been some efforts. I remember a number of years ago, Malvin Wald, who's a screenwriter, asked me to collaborate with him in working on some of the dialogue for a film that Ida Lupino was producing and acting in, and she was starring a new star named Mala Powers, and it dealt with a situation in which a woman working in a factory is raped on her way home from work, and this story dealt with the handling of her emotional needs following this incident. And so I worked carefully with Malvin Wald in preparing dialogue that I thought was appropriate by our professional judgments. And the manuscript was submitted to the Hayes office, and their response was that they could use the dialogue as it was, but that it wasn't right for a social worker to be saying these things, that it would have to be a minister. And so the leading male character, who was to have been a social worker, was changed to a minister, and what they did was looked for a Navy chaplain who had just gotten out of the Navy and was not in clerical uniform but in Navy uniform as the leading man. And I think sort of attested to the attitudes and feelings that so much of community has about social workers, that we really don't have a right to, in many ways, make statements and judgments about life and have them portrayed.
Do you think that's changed at all since this film?
Yes, but I don't see many social workers well portrayed in films, and they're, I've forgotten which actor at one time, George C. Scott was making a series, and the ones who killed that series, I'm told, were the social workers ourselves, that there were so many complaints written in by the social workers on the ways in which the cases were handled, and not giving any dramatic right to the behaviors that were demonstrated. And the writers of that program used professional advice from social workers while it was being produced. But I felt it was very unfortunate, and every profession needs to allow some dramatic right to a writer to, otherwise it would never entertain.
When school is out for the summer, John was always flitting off, usually and mostly to New Orleans, and had a dual career at the Tulane University, where I think he's permanent professor of social work. Tell us about some of your experiences at Tulane, John.
Well, to spend time in the South when you've been raised in the West is always a great learning experience. And at Tulane, I had students, I think, from almost every southern state each summer, and many from eastern states, because Tulane University has always had a exceptionally successful summer program in social work. And Nori Class was a fellow teacher at Tulane, and we were there together, I think, for as many as 18 summers. And Dr. Otto Pollack from the University of Pennsylvania then, and then Bryn Mawr was also with us, so we became sort of a trilogy team of teaching there. And in the morning we did our serious work. In the night we went to the jazz sessions. And this was one of the pleasures of going to New Orleans. The one thing I remember particularly that the first year I was there, I recognized that there were no black students in any of the classes, and I saw none of them on campus. And I made inquiry and found that they just had not admitted black students to Tulane. But the following year, I was asked to give a public lecture, and where community would be invited, and I called one of our black graduates from USC who lived and worked in New Orleans and asked her if she was coming, and she said, "I'm sorry that I can't." I said, "Could you tell me why?" Well, she said, "I can't come onto campus. I can't come into the building." And I went to the dean to say that I would not give the lecture if that was the case. And he said that the school, this is Dean Kindlesberger, the school was trying to get changes legally so that the buildings that originally had been given the money had a stipulation that there would be no blacks in those buildings, and that this had to be legally changed, and that he would move me to a different place for the lecture, and which I gave, and our graduate came with some friends, but sat in the back row of the auditorium where I spoke. Interestingly, the following year, when I walked into my class, there were at least 6 or 7 black students. And at the end of the session, when I came out, there were some reporters waiting, one from the London Times, asking could they interview the students, the black students, as some of the first to be accepted in the university. I asked the students would they be willing, and they were. And so I guess an article appeared in the Picayune of New Orleans. And within 2 or 3 years, whenever you went to the student union there, you would see black and white students socializing much as they do on our campus. And it was a part of history to see that.
41, 42,
That's
San Francisco.
correct. Uh-huh.
And when you talk something about the social work community and the general community in San Francisco in that early war year?
At the time I arrived, they were very short of men in the agencies because of the war, and there were 2 or 3 quite good agencies. Public Welfare Agency, I think, was doing a very good job at the time. Family Service of America Agency, headed by a woman named Nellie Woodward, was doing a good job. She had recruited a staff that were professionally well qualified, and the Children Protective Agency, where I affiliated, was reasonably good and developing into a major agency. The one agency that was questionable was San Francisco Children's Agency. I can't remember the exact title, and it had been headed by a woman named Kitty Felton, who was very much like Mother Ryther in Seattle. She had ruled child welfare in the whole Bay Area with a high hand, and had raised money and built quite a beautiful physical plant for the agency. She had it all decorated like a nursery with little bitsy elves and so forth around it. And she was a cat lover, and she kept several cats in the agency. And Kitty had died just before I came to San Francisco. There was a rumor that they had held 3 funerals for her, one in San Francisco, one in Oakland, and one in Berkeley. Whether that's true or not, I don't know. But I know that when I visited the agency, I was amazed to find a black wreath hanging in the reception room with dried flowers on it. And this was the kind of reception that families bringing in their children would meet. And it was rather amusingly referred to as Kitty's Cat House, and the cat still lived in the agency long after she was gone. She really felt that the Children's Protective Agency was her enemy because it didn't comply with her way of thinking child welfare should be done. The interesting thing for me and experience there was the fact I got to know many of the leading citizens of San Francisco who volunteered their time on boards and in community organization, and took a very serious and responsible interest in promoting good social services in that city. And out of this I learned a great deal about administration. I would meet with board committees and had opportunity to know many of them personally. Some of them became longtime friends of mine, including Billy Chichester, who later was a member of the National Board of the Child Welfare League and active in social services throughout California. In many ways, I hated to leave San Francisco. It was an enjoyable experience, and to go to war from that city, I felt a great loss.
It was a mutual loss. You were drafted into the Army.
Yes, I was.
In 1942?
In 1942, I was drafted in San Francisco.
A year after Pearl Harbor.
That's right.
Mm-hmm. Tell about your entry into the Army and how you got into a social work assignment in the Army.
I was drafted in San Francisco and immediately sent by truck to a Presidio just outside of Carmel, and was there for a number of days until I was fully inducted. And I remember going through the line and being interviewed by a corporal who was trying to give you a classification number, and when I told him I was a social worker, he had the strangest expression on his face, then turned to a sergeant and said, "Jesus Christ, we've even got one of them. Where do you put them?" And that pretty much, I thought, indicated the status of social work in the military at that time. And from San Francisco, I was sent by train to Abilene, Texas, for basic training. An enormous Army camp there, and they too had difficulty in knowing where to place me.
Was all this induction into the Army kind of a shock experience in some ways?
Yes, particularly at my age, because most of the men coming in with me were 18, 19, 20, and I was 29. And so I was the old man of the group being inducted. But I found it interesting, and was curious about the whole procedure of Army, and I think I didn't resent it. I thought I might learn from it, which I did. In Texas, we were kept in tents in a godforsaken camp, and they thought perhaps I would make a good motor pool officer until they found that I didn't know the exhaust pipe from from a spark plug. And then they thought they would make me a clerk and put me in a typing class. I had not volunteered that I'd had military training in the university because I didn't feel I'd gained much from that experience. And
you'd been ROTC.
I'd been in ROTC, which was compulsory, and so I didn't report this. And I was kept in basic training, I think it was about 3 months period, and then sent to a camp outside of San Francisco and awaited shipment overseas. And most of the time there was spent loading and unloading cookies. And I remember I got in trouble for eating one once, as some of the other men did. And then we were told that we were on the alert to be shipped out, that we were going by a troop ship to an unknown destination. And one day they called us, and we were taken to a port in Oakland. And the troop ship was overly booked, overloaded, and they put about 60 of us on a Liberty ship instead. And on this ship there was no provision really for troops. They'd put up some cots in the hold, and mostly they were carrying torpedoes and some supplies for the military. And this was run by the Merchant Marines, and it was quite a 21-day experience at sea, zigzagging all the way to an unknown place, which turned out to be New Caledonia. And we had only fresh water on the ship to drink. We had none to shower, and our food was largely sea rations and a few items of fresh food. And it was the first experience I ever had where I thought there might be mutiny on the ship, because the Merchant Marines running the ship had lavish fare for their meals, and we could look in the window and see them eat while we didn't. And I think the agitation of the men was increasingly great. Some of them played tricks on the captain, and really it was a miserable experience for everybody concerned. And when we arrived in New Caledonia, they made us strip on deck and then turned fire hoses on us to make us presentable. In New Caledonia, we were taken by truck to a camp, I think approximately 20 miles away from the town. And lived in tents. This was quite a primitive area in which to live. And we were there waiting reassignment, and I think there were about 45,000 men awaiting assignment there, mostly to be shipped off to combat experiences in the South Pacific. And the Japanese had been run off of the island of New Caledonia, though there were many of their emplacements still intact there. And there were always rumors that there were some Japanese hiding out in the islands, which I think later proved to be true. The situation was uncomfortable there because there were Vichy French on the island who were not sympathetic with the Americans, and there were several evidence of sabotage by the Vichy French. But I was very fortunate because the officer in charge of the classification of men in preparation for shipment elsewhere turned out to be a man named Lieutenant James Partico, who was a clinical psychologist from New York and very bright, capable man. And when he saw my papers, he asked for me to be assigned to him temporarily. He was not allowed to keep anyone permanently. And assigned me in his office, and I was given the responsibility of giving psychological tests to the men. Out of this I learned a great deal. Example, the large number of men who had gotten overseas who were illiterate, when there really was a regulation that no man should be sent overseas, and we had to return any number of men who had not benefited from education. And you saw men who were emotionally very disturbed. And this all told me the importance of having social work in the military. I'd experienced this some at the camp in Texas. Example, on the train going there was a young man who was a law graduate from Stanford who was on the train en route, was obviously psychotic. And he had thrown all his equipment away and filled his duffel bags with law books. And he refused to bathe. He was disheveled and obviously upset. And in the camp in Texas, they had stripped him and scrubbed him down with hard brushes as a punishment. Later I heard he went into a full-blown psychosis. I had reported this to the headquarters and told to mind my own business. And there was some abuse of men, I felt, who were mentally ill, even in the camps overseas. In addition to giving the psychological tests, we did some counseling of men, and found that many would really respond to a social worker interviewing them, and often reassuring them if you possibly could. Fortunately, Lieutenant Partico had taken me out of the shipment lists, and I learned that the men I had come with had all been assigned to combat, and he held me until he could place me where he thought I could do appropriate work, and finally found that the 142nd Army General Hospital, situated in the Fiji Islands, had a place open, but would not specify what the job might be because he had no authority to do this. So I was sent by boat to Fiji and in charge of a group of men, some who I've known since my later years.
Were they patients or
no? They were
being
not
transferred with
they
you?
were just men being transferred with me. Yeah.
And then you took up work in the hospital in Fiji.
Yes. When I first arrived, they decided they would sign me as a clerk in the payroll department. And here again, I lacked competency because I really wasn't interested in it. And to avoid boredom, I asked for an appointment with the chief psychiatrist at the hospital. His name was Colonel Newell, and Colonel Newell later became president of orthopsychiatry after the war and was from the head of the child guidance clinic in Baltimore. And after the war offered me a job as chief social worker there. A very nice man who'd served in World War I as well as in World War II. He'd been a volunteer. And I went in to see him to see that I could volunteer evenings in the psychiatric unit. And at first he seemed suspicious of me and why I would want to do this, and I explained that I had social work training, and he confessed that his wife was also a social worker, which helped. And he said one requirement, would I take the Rorschach test, which I agreed to do, and he did not know that I knew something about Rorschach, so I had a lot of fun with him in my responses. So after the first 2 or 3 cards, he said I could come and do some volunteer work. And within about a month, he had gotten me transferred to his department. And assigned.
Is that when you were commissioned?
No, I was a corporal at that time. And after I was assigned to him, I was asked to do the intakes for his department. And out of that experience, he determined that the person who does the intake is the one who establishes a relationship, and he had difficulty relating to the patients after they'd seen me. So he simply assigned cases to me. And this was a great learning experience for me. We dealt with both neurotic and psychotic men and women. We had nurses as patients. The office I was in the locked ward. These were Fijian Buris, and my desk was right next to Colonel Newell, so I learned a lot by osmosis, hearing him interview and sharing knowledge about cases with him. We were getting quite a number of patients back from the battlefront, and also those who were from ships that had been torpedoed. And it was a very rich experience to have had. The problems of loneliness of men and the separation with their families was a very great one. We had high incidence of depression. And some men, I think, had been actually mentally ill before they ever were sent overseas to battle. It wasn't just the military that had caused the problems. The experience there gave me a chance to learn a great deal about Fijian culture. Toward the end of my time in Fiji, the war had moved pretty much away from the area of the theater we were in, so we had...
How long were you in Fiji, John?
I believe it was a year and a half. And Dr. Newell had an interest in cultural anthropology, and we worked out a plan together where I would do research in the Fijian Museum on the culture of the Fijians. So mornings I would go into town. I would hitchhike in, usually get picked up by the police patrol car and taken in, and got to know the curator of the museum, who was very helpful to me in getting materials. And we had lots of material gathered on Fijian folk tales and so forth. In addition, there was a native medical school in Suva, and they trained doctors from all the South Sea Islands. And it was about a 2-year course, so that they learned basic things about medicine. And Dr. Hoodless headed this school. He was an Englishman who had lived in Fiji many years and had lots of knowledge of the Fijian culture, some of it which he kept secret, he wouldn't share. And he liked the mysterious aspect of his knowledge, I think. But he was very helpful, and we did Rorschach tests on all of the students in this native school, and found the differences in that culture makes to responses to the Rorschach. Gave me a chance to get to know some of the natives from all over. There were 2 or 3 who were sons of witch doctors from other islands, and they felt that it was dangerous for them to return to their islands because the fathers opposed modern medicine and had opposed their coming to the medical school, but they'd gotten scholarships through church organizations to come, and had set out on their own to do this. And they were most cooperative in everything they did with us. And I know before we left the islands that Dr. Hoodless gave a hospital party for Colonel Newell and for me, for the 2 of us, which was a lavish affair, which they'd worked days making flower wreaths and leis, and they had their music rehearsed, and it was an interesting evening and most enjoyable. And
must have been hard to leave Fiji.
It was in many ways, but there's certain boredom, I guess, in island life. And
so you always get ready for the stage beyond.
Yes. And they made me a member of the Fijian Medical School, so I had a little certificate from leaving.
And tell the circumstances of your leaving Fiji. Then you went on to Calcutta directly?
Yes.
Your whole unit moved on together?
The whole unit moved. And because the war had moved away from that particular area, we were needed elsewhere. And again, we were not sure where we were headed, but taken by ship.
Well, it must have been very good for you to go as a unit and stay with your coworkers.
Yes, it was.
Have your own network, carry on.
It was.
Yeah.
And we arrived in India, in Bombay, and India is a shock to anyone who first visits it. The poverty that's so evident in the streets really caused many men to become depressed. You'd see mothers selling their babies on the street, and once in a while a soldier be drunk would buy one and bring it home, and then the army had no way of finding the mother again, and these children had essentially were abandoned or put in some religious orphanage somewhere. But the living and the dead at night were hard to distinguish, because it was blackout period because of the war, and so many of the poor died on the sidewalks at night where they were sleeping, that this was a downer for all of us. And we were then shipped from Bombay to Calcutta, where the hospital was to be established. There was another hospital unit on the island that was University of Maryland Hospital, and it was approximately 3 miles from ours, so that we had some interchange with that hospital. And I was assigned to the psychotic ward.
You were on an island in Calcutta?
No, not on an island.
You come from the Fiji, you mean, the other hospital?
Yes.
Come with you.
The hospital was in temporary buildings and on property that was religious property right in the heart of Seattle.
Okay.
I'm sorry. In the heart of Calcutta. So that their religious practices were carried on right on our grounds, and these would go on all night long. And there were also burning ghats on the ground at the edge of the Hooghly River, which ran by this depressing place.
Where they were burning bodies.
They burned bodies there. The facilities of the hospital were much better than we had in Fiji, better equipped and better structures, and that part of it was an advantage for us. The patients that we got were largely coming from Burma and from the Air Corps. We were flying the hump, and they were brought in from long distances to the hospital, and the incidence of psychosis was quite high.
You were in a psychiatric unit in a general hospital.
Yes, that's right. And my responsibility was to be on the ward, in charge of the ward men, and to do interviewing with patients. The assignment to doctors was a pretty heavy one, because there were not sufficient number really to serve the hospital well. And they did bring in 2 other psychiatrists. One of them was Dr. Irving Bieber, who was a psychoanalyst from New York. Was an excellent person. Another one was Dr. Donald Peterson, who was an Army doctor, had specialized training in psychiatry, but really very incompetent.
A 60-day wonder?
Pardon?
A 60-day wonder?
A 60-day wonder, in a way, that he was regular Army. So and Dr. Newell was in charge of the unit. Then another doctor was brought in, who was a general practitioner from Watertown, New York, an exceptionally nice man who was put in charge of the particular ward that I served, Ward 13.
Lucky 13.
And he needed my help as much as I needed his, so we made a good team. And we had very seriously disturbed patients on that ward. Many of them were violent patients. And I had a rich experience dealing with psychosis.
It was a real school of learning psychosis and treatment of
That's
psychosis.
right.
Uh-huh.
And I used to spend my evenings often writing letters for the soldiers who couldn't write and wanted to keep contact with family. So I learned a lot about their relationships at home and so forth from this. Being in Calcutta was again a cultural experience that was, I think, vastly rewarding to me.
As well as shocking.
As well as shocking. Got to know some of the Indians, some of the Indian doctors in the community and some of the university people. I spoke at 2 or 3 meetings at Medical Society in Calcutta, and they were interested in what social work was. For the Dr. Newell wanted to get me a commission and applied to have me commissioned in the field. And by this time I was a sergeant, and the commission came through several months before he left the agency, so I was commissioned as second lieutenant.
Being commissioned in the field is unusual and a great honor, I understand.
Oh, I'm not sure, but I was glad to, in a way, to have it, though I found it very difficult to be an officer in the same outfit where I had been an enlisted man, because I had a different kind of relationship that the Army created such a division between commissioned officers and non-commissioned.
Did it distance you from your patients in any way?
I think not.
It didn't. Uh-huh.
I think not. I think it could have, but I tried not to let it. But the first experiences of drilling men, which was part of the job, was probably more amusing than not, but they would all cheer and so forth when I would take command. But I needed to be commissioned as a clinical psychologist because there was no spec number in the Army, either for enlisted men or for officers. And so I went under the disguise of being a clinical psychologist, though I always made a point of telling the doctors on the different wards that I was a social worker, not a psychologist. And I remember one saying, "Why do you go about insisting that you're not what you're supposed to be here?" And I essentially said, because I think social work belongs in the Army. At the same time...
that was very prophetic of you.
Yes, but I didn't think it would be at the time. But
such a long way to go.
Yes.
Yeah.
But a number of us from different theaters of war around the world who were social workers in the military wrote letters to the Surgeon General reporting what kind of work we were doing. And there was a social worker assigned to the Surgeon General who was one of the Manager brothers from Topeka, Manager Clinic. Can't remember her name. It's Elizabeth thing. And she worked very hard to get social work established in the military, and succeeded in doing this, but not until after the war. And today, social work has a place in the military, and can have very high rank and
I know
be a
all the
military
branches send us their students to train and educate.
That's right. And I think in the Air Corps, your social work, I still don't have it in the Marines. I don't believe they have it in the Navy as yet. But it's become a valuable service, and certainly in the Veterans Administration, it's very important service at the time. But I thought it told something about the managers, because when I was in New Caledonia, I'd gotten hold of one of the manager's books that was in paperback in the Red Cross. And in it, he had a little statement about social work, and saying social workers are the handmaidens of psychiatry. So I wrote him a letter saying that I didn't feel like a handmaiden living the way I was, and thought he should reconsider this. And I did not get a response from him, but many years later I met him at a dinner party and told him that I was the one who'd written the letter, and he apologized and said he'd learned a great deal about social work since those days. So it was an uphill battle in the military to try to get social work established.
Really for recognition of what social workers are and what they can do.
That's right.
Well, how did peace come to Calcutta?
Peace?
Mm-hmm. The end of the war.
Yes, the war was over before I was sent home, but there was still need for taking care of men who were left behind. It takes a long time to evacuate men from war zone, and I really stayed on much longer than I needed to, not by choice, but my time for returning to the States by Army standards had passed by, and partly I was held over because I had accepted a commission, and I would have been sent home otherwise much earlier. And the social services that were recognized as such in the military were essentially those of the Red Cross. And I had respected what the Red Cross had done in basic training areas in Texas, but I was very disappointed in what they did overseas.
What was the difference?
I felt this was not true of all, but I felt a great many of the Red Cross workers were really indifferent to their job there, that essentially they were partying with some of the high-ranking officers.
Be there for adventure.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
And example of this, I found that lots of the equipment that had been sent them, recreational equipment and so forth, for their centers, had never been unpacked or used. That the time we left Fiji Islands, example, I went to them and asked, instead of having this equipment destroyed, which was the policy of the military, couldn't I give it to an Indian school that was located there for girls, Indian girls? And the East Indians didn't believe in education for women, and they had burned down this school, and somehow they got started again in very poor building and so forth. And I had difficulty getting permission to give this, but finally did, and got some trucks to take it to the school. But they didn't have any kind of equipment to mount to anything, and also to give them some of the books that were out of the Red Cross library. And in many ways, I felt the Red Cross did not live up to what was expected
In your
of them.
experience, those stationed in domestic posts carried out their work more responsibly than those overseas.
Yes, I felt so. And I felt partly it was the fact that they were supervised more from their national here. Another thing that was very bothersome to me, that the military did not fuse the black soldiers and the white soldiers in any kind of programs, that the blacks lived separately.
That pretty much all came after the war, during Truman's administration.
That's right.
Yeah.
And as an example, in New Caledonia, in the replacement depot, the blacks and whites all used the same stream to bathe, and it was divided off. At the top there was a walled-off area where the high-ranking officers showered. Below them were the lesser officers, below them the non-com officers, below them the enlisted men, and then the black troops, so that all the dirty water from above went to the black troops. In Fiji, there was a separate Red Cross for the blacks from that of the whites, and I remember being there one evening in which a ship had come into port, and the band of the ship came to the Red Cross to play for a dance, and most of the women who came, or girls who came to dance with the soldiers and so forth, were half castes, half Fijian and half Caucasian, and some of them East Indian. And the Navy arrived for the dance, the Navy boys, and with them were two black sailors who were the cooks aboard this troop ship. And the head of the Red Cross said that they could not be there. And the Navy said they'll either stay with us, there are mates on the ship, our buddies, or there'll be no dance. And this created almost a riot within the Red Cross. And finally the band walked out and there was no party. And I remember writing to Red Cross headquarters in the United States about this, but had no response. And I felt here social work was really playing into the prejudice that Army had, and that this was a sad mistake.
Well, it sounds as though there's been some progress. It also sounds as though you were a very faithful letter writer to report on some of the injustices that you saw.
Well, it was the only way I had to do anything, well, because you had no authority.
You made your voice heard.
Yeah.
All right.
The authoritarianism, the whole system of Army, is very limiting. It's anything but a democracy.
Well, you came out of the military into the University of Southern California. What was the route that led you there?
Yes, I came by ship to New York and brought a load of patients at the same time, and found that accommodation on this ship much better than the ones I'd been on before.
Something
though it
had
was terribly
improved
crowded.
more,
Yes,
right.
And we were sent to a camp in New Jersey to spend 2 or 3 days until you'd be sent back to your home state. And somehow Arlene Johnson, who was then dean of the School of Social Work at USC, wired me that she wanted to see me when I
She must have had her antenna very well out.
Yes, I don't know how she got the information.
But she connected with you in this.
Connected with me.
Wow, impressive.
And so when I flew then a military plane to San Pedro and was discharged from the Army there at Fort MacArthur. And after a day or two went in to see Dean Johnson, and she said that she'd like to have me come on the faculty. And I had never thought really of seriously teaching. I'd had lectured at the University of California, Berkeley when I lived in San Francisco, and had done some in the University of Washington when I was a writer, and also had done some lecturing in the Army in one of the rehabilitation camps that was across from our hospital. I gave courses on human growth and development there.
Which became one of your major teachings.
Yes. And I told her that I would have to think about this, and she propositioned me with becoming a supervisor of students for a semester at the family service in Los Angeles, giving me time to think through what I wanted to do. And I told her that in this semester of supervising at family service, I had all male students, and some of them who've been connected with the school since then include Carl Schaefer, who's a member of our faculty for a number of years, Richard Medhurst, who became dean of was it Wisconsin?
Indiana.
The University of Indiana.
Ohio.
Oh, no, that's right. It's the University of Ohio. And a number of other students who've worked in local agencies over the years. And they were all discharged from the military service and were some of the first men to want to come into social work. I remember how hesitant Carl was about what he wanted to do in the future, and he became quite fascinated with social work at family service and continued his education.
Those returning military and the GI Bill really changed the face of social work, didn't they? A lot of them were young parents, and they'd had combat experience, and they really were...
That's right. And
right where it was.
And I think it was never anticipated that as many men would come into the field, because it was not a high-paying field.
51% men students, didn't we?
That's right. At one time we had 51% men students, and surprised everyone because the pay for social workers was relatively low. But I think the Army experience or military experience made them want to do something for humanity.
Now, you did that for a semester, and there were some difficulties in it, I think you were mentioning.
Yes, the staff of the agency were all women, and I felt really weren't aware of the reality of problems that related directly to the war. And Grace Coombs was the casework director, and she was insistent that every decision need to be approved by her, so that you had to discuss case by case with her before any direct decision was made. I objected to this because I felt for the students that it was not fair to their learning, and she agreed finally that I could work independently with them. And Irene Hobbs later went to school social work, was an active member, quite an organizer of labor groups and so forth at that time.
She was one of your students?
No, she was on the regular staff of family service. And and they were a nice group of people, actually. And I know that after I left the agency, Grace Coombs offered me a job as supervisor in one of the district offices, but it was not for me.
You left then and went for a semester at Columbia.
Yes, I wanted to get the degree from Columbia University, so I went back and found that, again, the larger majority of people in the class were men, and most of them returned from war service. And here again, the faculty were kind of unaware of the special needs of this group. And I remember having a class with a young woman psychiatrist who, after about 3 sessions, called me in and said, "Please help me. I know I'm not going over. I'm too theoretical, and I don't know how to respond to the kind of questions that the men are asking or the problems they're bringing up." And I suggested to her that she leave it more open to discussion and questions, which she did, and it turned out to be a very good class. But she...
you helped her in a direction of bringing more content in from these veteran students.
Yes, of what their experience had been and what their attitudes were and so forth.
Do you look back on some kind of progression year to year in your teaching?
Yes, I have taught a variety of courses, which I think is good for faculty. It makes you do away with some of your old notes and not use them from year to year. But it also broadens your own perspective and interests a great deal. And example, I've taught a course in community organization, which I never intended to do, and I had a course from Arlene, and thought it a good one at one time. And I think that you do change from year to year, and the way you approach things, and some things you hold to that seem to work well, but there is progression.
You build on it.
You build on it.
John, do you think there's a characteristic spirit about USC and our school?
Yes, I've always felt the school has been a well-liked school, not just locally but nationally. But I think the response of our graduates shows that they were generally happy in school and pleased with what's gone on. And I think it's partly because there's some personalization of relationship with faculty, and the faculty availability had been a favorable thing. Students, so they felt that they knew faculty both professionally and in personal kinds of ways. And then I think the campus itself was essentially a friendly campus, and welcomed students from all over the world, and welcomed students of all ethnic groups, and quite a range of economic groups on campus. And in general, I felt the climate was very warm and accepting.
You mentioned having Dick Medhurst and Carl Schaefer in your first student group. Are there some other students that stand out in your memory for particular reasons or qualities?
There are really many. I think have done awfully well in the field that came from our school. And I think one of them is Dan Reed, who's up in Northern California, and we'd once wanted him to come on the faculty to get his doctoral degree, and he turned this down. He had been an actor at one time, a New York actor, and very talented, but he's an independent sort of guy. So he went north and worked in some of the mental health clinics, the public clinics, and has had some private practice with children and their families, and now doing quite a little teaching in the north. I think Michael Greenstein here in Los Angeles is probably one of the most successful private practitioners in the country. He tends to have the rich and famous for his clients. Skip Henchman, very able teacher, I think, and I've always regretted that he was not employed on our faculty for a long time period.
He's teaching in psychiatry at UCLA.
Yes, he's teaching in psychiatry at UCLA. And there were many women, I can name endless number of both women and men students. I think are outstanding.
Tell me how you would describe a good teacher-student relationship.
Yes, the teacher needs to care about the students as a person as well as where they're going professionally, so that you have an honest concern for their well-being. And many times students have problems while they're in school, and I think oftentimes the relationship's enhanced when the student gets some help from faculty in the resolution of their problems. And this, I think, is kind of natural for a social work teacher to do. I know I've been introduced a number of times by Marina Applebaum at meetings, and she always used an example of the time shortly after her husband's death that she had gone home from school and found her house flooded, and called to say that she wouldn't be able to come to a certain meeting because of this. And when the meeting was over, I went to her house to see if I could be helpful to her. This doesn't exactly come under faculty responsibility, but it impressed her.
Says something about the teacher.
Yes. And but I think the teacher needs to encourage students, to support them, but also to challenge them, and that they respect this.
If you were going to give advice to a young teacher just starting out on relationship with his students, what would you have to say?
Well, I don't like to give advice, but I would want to talk with a student about the importance of first understanding themselves as well as they can, to understand what their own interests are, their prejudices are, their feelings and thinking about various things might be, so that they feel secure and comfortable enough to truly relate with the students and be open to what the student brings them as their problems or as their responsibility. Do you think
inexperienced young teachers have a problem in being defensive with students?
Yes, I think many young teachers rely very heavily on what I call canned knowledge. Their old notes from their classes, the notes they take out of books they're reading, and feel insecure about relating this kind of experience and knowledge to the real situations that casework or group work or community organization bring. And it's partly out of security, and many tend to over-prepare
They're afraid of saying they don't know.
That's right, so that there's no natural response to things. I remember a Japanese, when I was in Japan some years ago, a Japanese student said that in Japan, unless the teacher uses big words, the students don't think he knows much. And he said, so many of our teachers just cram themselves with big technical terms to impress the students. And I think sometimes this happens in our own early teaching until you're really comfortable.
Well, you must have gotten very bravely over that, because I remember Skip Pinchman's reference to your eloquent simplicity.
I don't know. Some students probably thought it was too simple.
Do you think that as we're approaching the 1990s, there are changes in this teacher-student relationship in the school?
Yes. I've been out of teaching over 10 years, and so my observations are at a long distance. But I do think there's change. I think there's much less personalization of a relationship between faculty and student. The faculty are not as available. They're available on appointments, for appointments. But the open door policy, I think, is lacking a great deal. The example, these faculty don't want students to know their home numbers, telephone numbers. There's a tendency to stay away from campus except when they're teaching class or have specific appointments. And I don't see faculty and students eating together at lunch and so forth. It used to be true in the Commons, and partly that's the university's fault in making a separate faculty center from the Commons. And some of the best experiences I had as a student were sitting at a table where some of the faculty would join us, and you got to know them. And at New York School, where a luncheon was held every week, where all students and faculty came and shared. And these kinds of what I call personal contacts, I think, mean an awful lot in student-faculty relationships.
The kind of thing students remember a long time.
That's right.
What do you think about
students today have learned so much from visual things, the moving picture, the television, so forth, that I think there's real learning in the use of these if they're selective and not overly used. I do think some teachers use them as an excuse for not preparing other things. And the tape recorder and visual tapes have been very valuable, and I think, for example, students using the tape recorders in their field work has been valuable for them. And all in all, it supplements other types of teaching. I think I had one of the first tape recorders ever used in an agency in Los Angeles.
Probably weighed a ton.
Weighed a ton and awkward to operate. And I know that I was very criticized by some people, saying that I was unethical in using a tape. And one social worker here, one lady, walked out of a meeting and accused me of being unethical, said I didn't belong in the profession for taping an interview and using it for training in a staff session of Family Service Agency. But we've moved a long way from there, and I think there's been a lot of change in applying the concept of confidentiality over the years.
And a videotape must be a marvelously complete record for teaching and learning.
Yes, the videotape really is. It's still expensive, so that it's not too commonly used in such things as fieldwork, but I think it can have a great value.
John, turning back for a minute, would you say a word about teachers and social workers of an earlier generation who've had a big influence on you?
Yes, there are quite a number. Arlene Johnson, as an example, both as a teacher of course in community organization, which I took when I was at the University of Washington. Thought it was quite inspirational in teaching a subject that I thought wasn't necessarily an exciting subject at the time. The Gordon Hamilton at the New York School and at Columbia University was an inspiring teacher to me. I think I learned a great deal not only about the subjects I took from her, 2 or 3, but also about her teaching methodology. And Fern Lowry was a superb teacher who taught a better class drunk than she did sober, and occasionally she did rive pretty high. And a number of the men teachers were awfully good there. And I think there have been some fine teachers in the country, and a lot that I've never had in school. I've heard at conferences and so forth, I thought made a great contribution.
They have influenced you in...
Yes, a great deal, and their books, their writings have.
Would you say that you have a philosophy of teaching?
I never thought particularly of having a philosophy, but I suppose I do. I'm not sure I can think of it in a specific way today. I think first, to care about your profession, to really respect it and believe in it, that has to get communicated to students, and to care about the people your profession serves, which helps you to bring about understanding of those people to your students. And thirdly, to care about your students and know that this is their possible career, and that you have a responsibility to help them to make the best possible experience out of it. And fourthly, to respect your colleagues who may differ with you in some of their points of view and in the way they teach and so forth, but to otherwise have mutual respect. And I think the importance of relating the real world to theoretical concepts is an awfully important assignment in teaching, that it brings alive the conceptual thinking and also tests it. And these are just some points.
Can you say a word about deficiencies that you think some students have brought to professional education that pose problems?
Yes, I think some students come into the field with a misconception of what social work is and expect something different, and even stay after they find this without truly accepting it. That we've had some come in the field when they failed at other things, and I think basically are not prepared for preparing themselves in social work. We get some quite neurotic students who I think would have difficulty in relating both to clients and community people. Not that many successful workers are neurotic, but I think we have some neurosis takes form that's destructive, and they misuse their authority in social work. We have some misplaced students, I think, who come out of a social group. For example, some of the students who may come from society families or wealthy families may not be able to really relate to, for example, the poor, or to certain problematic things that cases present. On the other hand, we've had some very good ones who've come from this type of family. And I think sometimes some of the students we've had from the lower economic group never feel comfortable in the social area that they get exposed to in being a social worker, and that it handicaps them. And probably the biggest handicap of those who come in with prejudice is that they don't seem to really break away from racial or prejudice against people who have money, or any type of prejudice that would interfere with working with specific kinds of people.
How have you measured what you've taught students, what you've learned?
I think I've learned most from students from discussion and really talking with them about what they've gained or not gained from any course I might have taught. Their written evaluations have given some clues, but not very complete ones. But I think I also learn a great deal from their written material, particularly when I've given an open-ended kind of assignment where they're freer to be themselves and not need to respond with just definite answers that are expected to questions. And some of our assignments, like the ones that we both gave on writing their autobiographies,
The hometown paper.
we called it the hometown paper. I thought it was an invaluable assignment. And I thought the way they talked about themselves indicated a great deal of what we had taught them, that they started to have or had developed insight that was valuable. And then the reports on how they're doing in their field practice have given clues as to whether they've gained something from practice class. I suppose there are a variety of measurements that we have that we're not particularly conscious of.
And how do you think students react to teachers' high standards for them?
I think generally students respect high standard programs. I think they respect themselves more when you make demands on the students. But I also think this has to be in balance, that the expectations may differ for various students, that they start at different points, and their readiness for work differs. And I think it's one of the things that can be handicapping is that a single professor would have such high expectations that they tend to monopolize the student's time by an over amount of signing and reading and preparation, ignoring what the rest of the faculty might be expecting of students. And I think we, as teachers, always need to keep in balance what the expectations of the other faculty are for the given student that we might have, so that the student doesn't feel overly burdened by any given course. That I think this often happens if a faculty don't have respect for the other course students taking.
You know, the formal written evaluation of teachers by students kind of evolved during your tenure.
Yes.
What would you have to say about this?
I've always felt the written evaluation was more detrimental and damaging than good. In the first place, they were more check-off kinds of questions where the student didn't really write a narrative opinion on any given point. There was some place for this, and so often the student would not write anything except negative if they felt this. And I think for many, not many, but some faculty, this was quite destructive just to get the negatives. It wasn't a balanced evaluation. And I know some faculty members who were quite hurt by the written evaluation that came in. And I think these were not always, in our school, well handled by the dean in relation to faculty members. That they needed to be discussed with the faculty person with some balance of judgment came out of these. The program we had prior to written evaluations, where each student had a faculty advisor and could come and discuss their feelings about each of their instructors, was a better plan. And the advisor, if there was a problem with a given instructor, could then take it up with them, but not in a way that was threatening.
We came into some very turbulent times during the late 60s, and during part of this you were acting as dean when there was an especially explosive or potentially explosive incident. Would you tell about that and how you handled it?
Yes, those are days I'll never forget. They were strenuous, heartbreaking days for a while. But I think the incident that I'll refer to was really indicative of the times, that students were very restless and unhappy during the 60s, and full of anxiety and hostility and so forth. But this particular incident, a Jewish girl student in our school accused one of the black students of saying that it was too bad that Hitler had won the war, implying that could have done away with the Jews. And this created a major incident between the black students and the Jewish students. And whether the student had actually said this was questionable. Whether it had been stated some other way and had been misunderstood. The emotions were so high that it was very difficult to get at the truth of this. And as acting dean, I insisted that representative students who were in that class meet with me, and I think we met on 2 different nights. The second night, I told them that I would not give them permission to go home until we had resolved the problem, had gotten at the truth of it, that the school couldn't go on with this disruption. And 2 Jewish girls came to me. I should say Jewish women, they were past 21, came to me and said that they wanted to tell me something in confidence, that they would lose face with their own group if I knew they had reported, but that actually the comments of the black student were not the same, and that the intent was not the same as the Jewish student had believed or said, and that they hoped some resolution would come from their coming in, that they felt responsible to the school and to me for this. I, in the meantime, had investigated what had happened for this particular Jewish student before she came to our school, what had happened in Long Beach State, because I had sensed out of the meetings that she seemed to be quite a troublemaker, or a rabble-rouser, and certainly had achieved her goal in this at school. And I found that in Long Beach State she had created almost a similar situation. And as a result of her acquisitions, the Jewish community came in on it, and the black community stood by and said they would come in on it if the Jewish community made a major problem. But in the second evening's meeting, I confronted her, and she finally admitted that it's probably not true that what she had said or believed was said. And the black student who had been accused wrote a nasty letter and posted it on the bulletin board on the day following this evening meeting. But fortunately we got it off the board before it created further trouble. I believe that the Jewish girl student left school at the end of that year and did not return, and a black student graduated, and I later saw him at Tulane University. But the whole incident had affected the morale of school, that there was always a kind of fear pervading it. Someone would hurt someone else's feelings, and there was quite a lot of hostility toward the faculty. And at graduation that year, I had heard that some of our students were going to protest and walk out of the graduation. I can't even remember the point of protest. And I had to go to the president's office and say this might happen, and the president asked me whether I wanted to cancel graduation in our school, and I said no, I'd take the chance. And I didn't think they would. To my knowledge, no one did walk out of the general graduation, and when we went to our own school, part of the graduation turned into a regular love fest, and the faculty were quite concerned about coming. I had parents of some of our students call and say, was it safe for them to come? And it was very safe, and I think one of the things that made it turn into something pleasant is the fact that when we gave the diploma to any one student, I asked that the family members and the friends of that student stand so they could be acknowledged, and everybody would applaud. And the applause finally got to cheering, and by the end of the graduation ceremony, there's great hugging and kissing between faculty and students and family and students, and it turned out to be a happy day.
Happy ending to all that turbulence.
A relief.
Well, you really worked hard on that. It turned out.
It worked hard on me.
Hard on you, I guess.
A lot of nights I didn't get much sleep
at all. John, we know you're an artist, and you are a musician and an actor and
please.
And do a lot of painting now. Would you say a word about the relationship of art to the practice of social work?
Well, I think that many people who, and this is not me, but I think many people who are talented in any way or have creative ability apply it in whatever they're in. And I think that there are quite a lot of social workers who are really basic artists. Dan Reed, who is in acting. I could name several who paint, surely. Paint or photographs. I think there's a correlation between artistic talent and the practice of social work or the teaching of social work. And I think this is true in some of the liberal arts things like literature. I think some of our best social workers come from an undergraduate English major. I think they've gained a great understanding of human behavior from the literature, and also developed an ability to write, which is an art. And I remember at one time we had requirements in the school that you had to take certain courses in sociology, certain courses in economics in order to get into the school. And if you came without these fulfilled, you had to take them part-time while you took other courses in the school to make up for your deficiency. And one time I looked through quite a number of the folders of our students who had graduated who I knew were doing well in community, and I noticed that a number of them had been English majors who were doing some of the best things in the Los Angeles community in practice. And I talked to Arlene Johnson about this. First, she felt it was important that these other courses be background, but eventually we did away with these requirements, and students were accepted in school from almost any undergraduate major.
Would you tell a little bit about some of your off-the-campus activities, your career at Tulane and other places that you've taught?
Yes, during the summers, I tended to teach in a number of different schools. At Tulane University, I went every summer for 18 summers, and got an appointment to the faculty.
As professor?
Yes, as professor. I've forgotten the other title they put on it, something. And they were so-called lifetime appointments, and I think there were only 3 in the university at the time, and the Norris class also got one. And I think Otto Pollack from the University of Pennsylvania at the time, and then Bryn Mawr.
Well, you were a trio.
Yes. And taught 3 or 4 summers at the University of Texas in Austin, the University of North Carolina in their children's home program, and some teaching at other California schools at Berkeley and UCLA and
Guam and Hawaii.
Riverside, and then out of the country in Guam, Hawaii, England, and so forth, Canada. So it was an enriching experience to find out what other schools were doing and what programs were in other communities, to see our school relative to these, to learn something about the cultures of people from other states. In New Orleans, it was an experience for me to have students from the southern states. For example, when I first came to the Tulane campus, no blacks were allowed on the campus. Most of the buildings had been given by private donors, and there was stipulation at the time they were built, which was long, long ago, that no black was to be allowed in the buildings other than as a workman. And I remember being asked the second year I was there if I would give a public speech, because the community social workers attending, and I said I would, and I called one of our black graduates from USC and asked her if she's coming to the meeting, and I did this innocently. And she said she wanted to very much, but she was not allowed to come to this building. And she'd hoped to see me in some other place at the time I was in Tulane. I went to the dean and found that this was true, that no black could enter that building. And I said, then I don't want to give the lecture. And he explained to me that the school had taken the initiative to change these policies on campus, but it was very difficult because of the legal aspects of some of the wills that of people who had built the building. But that they were getting court rulings he thought would change this. And so he said, we'll move your lecture to a different location where the blacks can come. And we did, and our former student showed up with a couple of friends and sat way in the back row. And the next year, when I came to Tulane campus, there were a number of black students in my class, and our former students had recommended and sent them. And when I came out of class, there was a newspaper reporter from the London Times and 2 or 3 American reporters waiting outside asking if they could interview the black students. And I went back and asked their permission. They said they would be glad to be interviewed. And this was kind of the beginning of integration in that university. And the following year, I noticed that the student union and so forth, there was more relationship between the black and white students. In a couple of years, you saw them dancing together and participating in quite a healthy way. But it was interesting to be a part of that change,
Part of history.
to be able to observe it.
John, you've done so much work with foster parents and foster parents organizations. Would you tell something about that?
Yes, I was, of course, first interested in the foster parents when I worked in Idaho.
We're interviewing John Milner at his home on February 15th, 1988, and you've done so much work with foster parents, haven't you, starting with the first job and through Ryther and your teaching and way on into the future. Tell a little about your work with foster parents that you've done.
Yeah. Well, early in the year I started working in Idaho, in 1934, the Aid to Dependent Children program was established, and Idaho had had little or no experience in foster home care. Most of the children needed to be placed away from their own homes were placed in one of two state orphanages or a small Catholic orphanage in northern Idaho. And some of these children were actually raised in the orphanages. There were some free homes where children were placed with farmers, some in small towns, but for the most part, neglected children and abused children were still kept with their parents. And unless they were truly orphaned, there was little regard for placement.
I do think some of these children found their way into homes for what we now call the developmentally disabled because there were no other facilities.
Yes, we had two institutions in the state for so-called mentally retarded children and adults. And there was not much separation in those hospitals between the children and the adults. And these hospitals were not staffed with professional people, no social workers in the hospital, no psychologists, had a MD heading each of the hospitals. And we discovered a number of years after I started work that there were several, I think 7 altogether, who had been placed there. Their mothers had been placed there because their mothers were unmarried and had illegitimate children, and some of the judges in the state felt that any unmarried mother must be mentally retarded and had committed the mothers to the hospitals so that the babies were born in the hospital, and by the time we learned of this, they were near grown, 18, 19 years old, had never seen a movie, had never been out in the community in any way, had very little that was recreational within the hospital, and nothing educational. So they literally grew up in what was a feeble-minded atmosphere and environment. So one of the foster home efforts was to place these near adults out in the community with families. And interestingly, it was too late that they had become socially retarded. And even though they seemed to test with psychological tests reasonably normal. And some were returned to the hospital. I think only one ever made it and gained some education. The follow-up really came after I left the state, but I was always interested in that. And there was one institution for the blind and deaf, hard of hearing in Gooding, Idaho, which was almost medieval in its care of kids. And I remember I was called in at one time into state office because one boy had been kicked out of the institution for masturbating. And there was pressure to get him back into the school. And the superintendent said he would accept him back if he would be castrated. And when he was again approached about this, the superintendent said, castration is a small price to pay for education. And
your word medieval is well chosen.
These were really medieval institutions. And we had some children who were psychotic at that time. There was little recognition that a child could be psychotic that we had to place in foster homes. And a lot of my early learning about foster care started in Idaho, and I was not fully trained as a social worker at the time, and had to experience this without benefit of the knowledge I needed. And I know that I made 1 or 2 very poor placements, which I've always regretted.
What would you consider a poor placement in that sense?
Well, I can give one example of a mother who was psychotic and living in a cave with her 2 sons. and there were reports from neighbors in the area that they thought she was mentally ill, and in investigation we found that she was quite seriously ill. But the children, one boy 8 and the other 10, were very attached to her, and they were surviving in this environment. The mother was committed to a state hospital, and the 2 boys turned over to us to place in foster care. And I placed them in a home that, on the face of things, seemed to be highly desirable. It was a farm family. But it turned out that they were religious fanatics, that they imposed attitudes on these kids that they were sinners and this was God's punishment, what happened to them. And at that time, most of the placements had to go through the probate court. The juvenile cases were handled by the probate judges. And in this case, the judge refused to remove the boys from this home, and they continued to live there, and I always felt that it must have been highly destructive to them. And it was my own naivete at the time that caused me not to thoroughly investigate, not really question the religious practices of this family. And since that time, I found that there are any number of placements through the country in homes nearly like this that should not be used.
When you look at now, nearly half a century, isn't it, of development in foster care, what do you think some of the most important changes are?
Well, I think we've gone through a period where foster care developed in a very healthy way. I think it's dependent a great deal on the quality of staff who carry it out, that they need to be well educated in the kind of knowledge they need to make a study of homes and to supervise homes, and where caseloads are small enough so that supervision can be adequate or more than adequate. And my experience at the Ryther Center, I think, demonstrated this, where we had 120 children in placement in foster homes, and small enough caseloads so that you had a chance to spend a half day periodically in each of the homes, get truly to know the foster families, spend time with the kids, sometimes recreationally. And the foster families we considered to be a part of agency staff. And those placements I found very successful. And some public welfare programs have been awfully good in terms of foster parents. I think today in 1988 that the caseloads are so enormous and that some of the workers doing placement really are not qualified to do it. And in this way, I think foster home may fail. The low pay and the high cost of living today has limited the number of homes that are available of people willing to take children. It's a great responsibility. And it concerns me, and I think there'd be more turning back to group care in group homes or institutions.
Does it mean, would you say, that the whole field of foster care is getting more professionalized?
Yes, I think so. I think these smaller private programs do some wonderful things in foster care. For example, I think the Los Angeles Children's Bureau has done a remarkably good job in foster care. It's largely the public agencies which have such large loads, caseloads, that I think need to have more community support of what they do.
No, we see some other trends, too, that are really intended to strengthen families and give children a better start in life. And you were also very much a leader at the beginning of Head Start, and that's really an historic development. Would you talk about that?
Yes, Head Start program was underway nationally, and
just starting to develop in the West in the 1960s. And the University of Southern California was asked to do training of Head Start staff. And the president of the university, President Topping, asked the School of Education to take on this task. And the dean of the School of Education didn't believe in the Head Start program and refused to do it. The president felt it an important thing to do and came to our school asking that we take the responsibility of educating, and I was assigned to do this. And I had to contact the dean of the School of Education to get his cooperation of providing teachers to present their educational point of view in Head Start. And this was not easy, but he finally assigned two very able women, one a black lady who was a vice principal and another woman who was a teacher. And they were very good teachers in our program and very helpful to me. We used some people from other disciplines, psychology, and I thought we had a good staff and trained Head Start leaders from this whole Los Angeles area. And I thought it was a worthwhile program. Later, some of our graduates participated in the Head Start program and were very successful in what they did.
Do you think that the Head Start program has had a lasting impact?
Yes, I do. It's a continuing program, and I think a very important one, because I think the failure of families to really support the idea of education, the children of many underprivileged families benefit by giving these kids a start before they're in regular school.
So this is at least a step in the right direction.
Yes.
Related to foster care, you have also been very prominently identified with the field of adoptions, and that right on the verge of your retirement, I think, directed an adoption project in Los Angeles and Seattle.
Yes, Carol Williams and I worked together on this project. We brought in adoption workers from all the western region, and they had a week of training. We used a number of other people in the educational part of the program, and they shared their experiences and their ideas during these programs. We held them first in Los Angeles and then in Seattle. Then the groups would go home to their own communities and apply what they'd gained in this program and then evaluate the usefulness of the knowledge they'd gained, and then they were brought back for a continuing week of education. And they were a very enthusiastic, interested group. And I felt that adoption had improved so greatly over the years that I had known what adoption work had been, that it was very heartening to see the response of this group. And quite a contrast to when I first came to Los Angeles and found the California Children's Home having infants in their cribs in one large building over on Adams Boulevard and keeping them often for as long as a year, studying what they were like as persons, and then trying to match them to the proper adoptive families. Had pictures all over the wall trying to find children who looked like the adoptive parents when they didn't realize that children usually grow to look like the people who raised them anyhow. And as a result, adoptions were delayed just endlessly. And there was a movement then within the community to hurry the adoptive program and yet keep it sound. And the committee here in Los Angeles was very active in bringing about change. And then there had been very great neglect of older children in an effort to get them placed, or children who were handicapped in some way. And our public program, the county program, really became a leader in finding ways to recruit adoptive parents who took minority kids, older kids, handicapped children, and we're the first, I think, in the world to make use of television in recruiting, showing some children on television, which at the time was a questionable practice. But people came all over the United States to study the program here, and some came from away from the country to see what was being done. And I think our public program has been unusually successful, just as have our private ones as they've changed along the way.
You wrote a paper on adoption in American Indians that you published in Social Work Papers. What was the background for that paper?
Yes, I was asked by the Indians in Arizona to be their keynote speaker at a conference on child care. And this was held in Phoenix, Arizona. And there were no other Caucasians at this meeting, approximately 100 Indians who were foster parents. And I went to the meeting the first day. It was a 3-day session. I went the first day and a little early, and no one was in the meeting hall. I wondered if I was in the right place. But when the time of meeting came, time for the meeting, all the Indians appeared from various directions and seated themselves in the auditorium. And then they had their Indian ceremony with drums and religious ceremonial things. And then the meeting opened, and I spoke, wondering if what I had to say would have any meaning to this particular group. I found them responsive. The first day they asked questions by sending up their questions on slips of paper. The second day there was more verbal interaction between them. I found they had a great sense of humor and enjoyment. But one of the concerns discussed was the fact that they were not being used as adoptive parents, that most of their children had either been sent away to schools, to Indian schools, some so far away that they didn't know where they were, and completely alienated from their tribes. It was the effort of the government to try to get these youngsters what they called civilized, to really give them some experience in acculturation that would change them from their Indian ways. And while this, at the time of our meeting, was done less than it had been in previous years, but they were concerned partly that the Mormon Church was attempting to do all the adoption for Indian children, probably to proselyte, and also to get them to be Christians. And the Indians felt that they, too, should be considered as potential adoptive parents. And I remember the last meeting, at the end of the meeting, they presented me with a beautiful beaded Boyd tie and a few other gifts. And one delightful young Indian man asked if I would come to the lobby and meet his mother, who I think turned out to be his grandmother. And she'd been waiting all through the meetings in the lobby, and she was such a delightful lady. She had very parched skin like the old Indians who lived on the plains. Poor teeth, had obviously had a hard life physically, but just delightful to meet and to talk with, and he was so proud of her. And this meeting had a lot of meaning to me.
Do you know whether there's been any further development in the placing of Indian children for adoption with Indian families since then?
No, I really don't. I haven't had any way to follow up. I've always been interested in the Indians. When I worked in Idaho, I used to visit the Indians. When I was in Salmon City, there was the Indians would come there to winter and lived in teepees, and I decided I wanted to get to know them. So I took some magazines one day and went over and knocked on the flap of the teepee, and they opened it and brought me in, and they were all sitting on the ground. Some of the women were making moccasins, were chewing on deer skin to soften it, and doing some beaded work, and there was no or little verbal conversation. And I stayed a few minutes and then left. And I returned several times while I lived in Salmon. Never got much conversation from them. But so I learned little about them except what I could observe. But the day or two before I was transferred away from that community, several of the Indians arrived in my office and brought me beaded moccasins and gloves, and somehow they'd found out I was going, and I decided they'd learned more about me than I had learned about them. And this interest in them really stemmed from my living in Idaho, where we had Indians. I tried to know them, and they're not easy to know.
John, you've really been a serious student of cultures from Idaho through Fiji and Arizona, Guam. How has this entered into your teaching and practice with children?
Well, I think it's had an influence. I don't know how to specifically say this, but I think it's developed sensitivity that people in different cultures live differently, and that our own value systems are not necessarily appropriate for them, even though they're living in the same cultural group we are. That I respect the individual differences of cultures, and I hope I conveyed that to students.
Turning to something that's a little bit different facet of your career, you've also been very much associated with the correctional field. I think from the early days with Carl Holton in probation and parole, and right on through the Delinquency Control Institute. Tell about this correctional.
At the time I came on the faculty at USC, Arlene Johnson, who was dean, felt that social work had a contribution to make to the correctional field, and there was a lot of emphasis in working. We had students in field placement in the correctional agencies and probation and parole. And some of the correctional staff were friends of Ruby Enlow on our faculty, and I felt it was very important. It's an area I think today is neglected, but I worked quite closely with the probation department, which is headed by Carl Holton at the time, who had great respect for social work, I think largely through his friendship with Ruby. And so I did a number of training programs for them here, and then at one time the California Youth Authority, which at the time was considered to be a model for correctional programs throughout the country, asked me to go with a driver and car to every one of the camps that they had throughout California and do training. And I found a great variance in the quality of these programs, but found some that I thought were very progressive and worth being used as models. And I gained a lot, I think, from learning the experiences that group care of delinquent kids could be constructive and useful. And in addition to Carl Holton, there was Pat Pallas, who was very cooperative with the school, and he was second in command in the probation department here. And his son eventually came into our school and graduated.
And went to Ryder,
and went to Ryder to work, but unfortunately took his own life at a later time. The Heman Stark was another one of the leaders in this field, and he headed the California Youth Authority at a period of time. And he was well educated and respected social work a great deal. Not many of the programs employed social workers, but I think they were very open to the kind of training social work could give.
So you really were training these probation and parole officers.
Yes.
And then later you trained juvenile police.
Yes, this was called the Delinquency Control Program at USC, and one that still exists. But Norris Class and Dan Pursuit, who were on our faculty, Dan was not with school social work, but with the DCI, asked me to participate in, I think, the second year of this program. And it was sponsored by the Ford Foundation. And I lectured for a number of years to the juvenile police. They were brought to the SC campus from all over the United States and some from other countries, from England and several places that were away. And they were a varied group. Some very competent policemen I respected. Some I had very great question about their ability to be good juvenile police. But the training was a valuable one. It was a 3-month training period for each of them. In the first classes, the lower-ranked police were sent. And when they went back to their home communities and had knowledge that the chiefs didn't have, we started getting the chiefs of police. And
that was kind of a trickle upward.
Yes.
Yeah.
And this group were always very questioning of anything you had to offer. They had lots of doubt about the theories that were presented about human behavior, the courses that I was teaching, and a lot of doubts about it. But interestingly, in the evaluations, the two-person Norris Class and I were the ones who got the highest marks on the evaluation. 1 or 2 social workers were asked to join the teaching staff and didn't make it with the police. Gertrude Henger was one, and she had worked in the correctional field, but somehow she didn't get acceptance.
Well, you came with a very important message to them, obviously. Were you helping them really understand the human development and behavior?
Yes.
You have gone on in other phases of the justice system, and I think participated in the training of judges as well in Idaho?
Yes. At one time, I was asked to join a juvenile court judge from Oakland, California, and we were sent to Idaho and then flown from town to town to train the judges who were dealing with children in those various communities. And in Idaho, most of the juvenile work was handled by probate judges, but some of the larger towns had established position of juvenile court judge, and it was an experience to go back to my home state and meet with these particular persons. I thought the program was successful, I had great respect for the judge who traveled with me and shared the teaching.
Was he really an outstanding juvenile judge from California?
Yes. I can't think of his name presently, but he was considered the top judge in California, and I know that social workers in the North had great respect for him.
John, I think over your career you've been one of the people that others have turned to quite spontaneously for help with problems, associates, friends, neighbors. Tell a little about that facet of your career.
Well, I think every social worker does some kind of individual work with people who come to them and want help. I've never had a paid practice of any kind, but I have had a number of people who seek out help from time to time. Often they've been board members who hesitated to go to an agency but wanted help on a specific problem, usually family problems of some kind or other. And then some of our graduates who've left school come back for individual help of different kinds. I've always been glad to do what I could.
Which was a lot. You told a little anecdote at the archives meeting about the shocked reaction of your uncle to your becoming a social worker. Could you repeat that?
Yes. I don't know that families always approve of having a member who's a social worker. And one year when I was returning from New York from school, I was driving across the country and stopped in Iowa to see an aunt and uncle of mine. And my uncle was a devout Republican and a devout Presbyterian and very anti-social work. His idea of charity was to contribute a pipe organ to the Presbyterian Church. And he was very unhappy with my being in this field and said that it was a field for short-haired women and long-haired men. And I guess I fooled him by losing my hair early in life, so he couldn't criticize me.
I think you've also really pioneered in your use of electronic aids in teaching and demonstrations. Tell about what you've done with that.
Yes, I've always felt that some of the ways of learning that use electronic equipment could be enhancing. And one of the first to come out was the tape recorder, and I think I bought one of the first ones in Los Angeles. And each session, I think, was for a week, as I remember it, and then they would go home for a period of months and put in effect what had been talked about in the session. Then they were brought back again to report on the effectiveness of this and to learn more. So that it was kind of a continuing experience for them. And they turned in both written reports and oral reports on what they had achieved as a result of the learning. And I thought it was a valuable program.
You wrote an article for Social Work Papers on the adoption of American Indian children. Did that come out of that project?
No, it didn't. Incidentally, I lost my copy of that. The paper really came out of being invited to be the keynote speaker at a conference of all Indian foster parents held in Phoenix, Arizona. And I had prepared a couple of 3 papers for this conference, which was a several-day conference, I think 3 or 4 days. And so the content of this was taken from the papers I presented and rewrote them for an article. That was a very interesting time for me. I had never been in a climate of all Indians, American Indians before, all Native Americans. And just to reminisce the day I arrived at the meeting place, I arrived, using my practice 10 or 15 minutes early to be sure it was set up in a way that was, and not a soul was there, and up until about 2 minutes of the time that the meeting was to start, no Indians. And then just suddenly they appeared from every direction. By the time the meeting was supposed to start, they were all seated and very quiet and formal looking. And I don't remember the number, but there must have been near 100 Indians from all over Arizona and New Mexico there. And they had Indian ceremony before it started with Indian prayers and drums beating. And then I was introduced and had no idea what I would say would be acceptable or not. And then the question period came, and they, instead of asking questions orally, they sent up notes. And this is the way they wanted it handled. And I found them very warm, very responsive, and quite delightful group. And by the second day, we had much more oral participation from the Indians, and quite a sense of humor came out from some of them, and you knew that they had a sense of fun.
Was adoption fit into this Indian culture, or was it quite alien to it?
There was little discussion of adoption. Their unhappiness over the fact that the adoption had been largely through church groups, particularly the Mormon Church, had wanted to adopt all the available Indian children, probably to convert them. They were unhappy about this, and that they were not being considered enough to as desirable adoption parents, even though they were considered adequate to be foster parents. And they talked about the fact that children, for the most part, are raised tribally, not just by an individual family, that they have supportive others or neighbors and so forth. And while a lot of the Indians no longer lived in the tribal groups, there was still a close association of Indians in different communities, that they never really had merged much with white society. They had remained separate. And so there was quite a little discussion about acculturation and education relating to this. Really fascinating. When the meeting was over, they presented me with a bowie, beaded bowie tie, and several gifts along the way. And one very touching thing is a young man who had helped to organize this and who was a student at the University of Arizona came and asked me would I come out and meet his mother. All through the meeting, she apparently had been out waiting in the lobby, and I go out, and I think it was his grandmother rather than his mother, because she was well in her 80s and looked like the kind of Indian, elderly Indian you might have seen on the plains in the 1800s or something. very sun-beaten and wrinkled and so forth, and bad teeth, so forth. This young man was very proud of her, and she was simply delightful. She responded and was so pleased to meet and talk. And the very fact he'd asked for this, I thought, had meaning to me, certainly, this kind of thing. And I really enjoyed that conference.
When we had a heritage meeting in the library, I guess last year,
Yes.
you told a little anecdote about your uncle's response to your announcement that you were going to be a social worker. Would you tell that?
Yes, I was returning from the Columbia University, I think, or New York School, I guess it was, and driving from New York, and stopped in Iowa to see an uncle of mine who was quite an affluent person in his community, and very reactionary, so forth. And his idea of charity was to give an organ to the Presbyterian, pipe organ to the Presbyterian Church. And he was very unhappy that I had entered the field of social work, and said that it was a profession for short-haired women and long-haired men, and that he had very little respect for it. And that was his opinion.
You promptly made a liar out of him, or half a liar.
Yes, I very quickly got rid of the long hair, or Mother Nature did it for me.
And we should never try to fool Mother Nature.
We never want to fool Mother Nature.
Going back to your question on the use of electronic equipment for teaching purposes, I want to say that I had some bad experiences early in doing this, because some social workers felt it was so unethical to tape an interview and to use it for teaching. As a matter of fact, one social worker stomped out of a meeting where I demonstrated the use of tape and said that she thought I should leave the profession because of my unethical behavior. Over the years, this course has changed greatly, and I know that I've made a series of tapes for the Child Care Information Center, which is located in Hampton, Virginia, tapes distributed all over the world, which they send a representative to meetings where you're speaking, tape your speech, and then distribute this to various agencies. The response to this has been a very broad one from other countries as well as from agencies in the United States. Another time I was asked to be consultant on a film, a major motion picture called Outrage. It was produced by Ida Lupino, and they had me as a consultant on script writing. The leading character, male character, was to be a social worker. When the script was submitted to the Hayes office, it was not acceptable because it dealt with the question of rape, and it was felt at the time that social workers had no right to be an authority on the kinds of problems that rape might cause. As a result, they used the dialogue that I'd helped them prepare for the social work character, and had a young minister who had served in the Navy become the leading man in the film. This is amusing, and certainly in retrospect, this is highly amusing. In the late 1950s no, I guess it was in about 1985, a federal grant was given for me to make 4 films of child welfare subjects, and these were made for Los Angeles County Department of Public Welfare, and are available in our library. Actually, the film production did not live up to its general agreements, and I've been disappointed in the result of this. As a matter of fact, one of the 4 films has never been finished. But I think social work has a great responsibility to do interpretive things to public, and I think teaching can extend beyond the walls of universities and out into the community if we make use of film and television and tapes.
Immediate experience with foster placement and foster care through your career from the very beginning till now. And will you tell something about foster care?
Yes. My interest started when I was first working in Idaho in 1934. And the aid to dependent children was just being introduced, particularly to the western states. Idaho, I think, had very little experience in foster care. That up until that time, the children were placed in 1 or 2 orphanages that were privately run but called the state orphanages, one in Boise, Idaho, and one in Lewiston. And there was a small Catholic orphanage in the north. And many of these children lived out their childhood in these institutions and were not even adopted. The children who were neglected or abused largely were left to live with their own families with little work done to better their situations. And so we began foster care, and only a few of us within the state had any idea what foster care should be, and at that time I was not a trained social worker. And I subscribed to a course in the University of Chicago that was by mail, and got the largest box of books I ever saw. I thought I'd never get them read, trying to prepare myself. And I made a number of placements while I worked in the state. Unfortunately, I made some poor placements and hope to have learned by this. I remember one of the poor placements I made was that of a family, really a mother and her 2 sons, one 8 and one 10-year-old, who were living in a cave in the walls of the Snake River Canyon. And neighbors had reported that they thought the mother was insane. And on investigation, we found that she was seriously psychotic, but very devoted to these 2 boys, and they'd survived for a long time together in these undesirable circumstances. The mother was committed to the state mental hospital in Blackfoot. The sons then were up for placement, and I studied a farm family that expressed interest in taking them and placed them there, and later lived to regret it, for I found they were religious fanatics. They severely punished the children. They felt that the need to be placed was really God's punishment of something that had happened in their families. And I went to the probate court, which used to make the decisions about legally placing children, and tried to get them to release these children from this particular home, which the judge refused to do. And I've always lived to regret that experience. And I suppose we all learn from some of our mistakes as well as from some of the successes we might have.
How do you think the field has developed from then to now?
I think we went through a period when foster care was a very successful program in general, and I think it was dependent on the size of caseloads and on the quality of training that staff had to do foster care that made it possible to do a good job. That certainly there needs to be a continuing support of the foster family as well as of the child. And I felt my experience at Ryther was very rich, where we had 120 children in placement, but we had small enough caseloads so that you could go and spend a half day in any given home and eat with the foster family and child placed there, participate in some of their activities, attend their graduations or their school activities, so that the family really was considered a part of agency staff. And I thought the placements were highly successful in almost all cases. And in California, there has been a variance, I think, in the quality of services, but much of the placement has been quite successful. In recent years, there's been real difficulty in finding foster homes. The high cost of living, the fact that so many women are now working instead of being foster mothers, the low pay that foster families get for the care of children, discourages an interest in this particular field. And then caseloads, particularly in public welfare, have been so large that it's impossible to really do the proper studies, foster homes, or to give the support to foster families and to the child placed that are needed to make them succeed. Some of our private agencies, I think, still do a very good job. The Los Angeles Children's Bureau, I think, has done an exceptionally good job in the placement of foster youngsters. But it's a little discouraging to see some of the failures in foster care, with children being placed in one home after another. It indicates that perhaps we'll need to move more to group care, which we had pretty much abandoned over the years, with smaller institutions, but more of them, and group homes developed throughout the state. But I think we need both institutions and group homes, or all three foster care homes. But it's an area I've always been interested in.
In a very closely related field, I think you've also played a great part in adoption programs. Could you speak to the subject of adoptions?
Well, when I first came to California to work right after World War II, I found the California Children's Home Society had many infants literally living in their cribs in a handsome old mansion on Adams Boulevard. And these kids would be there as long as a year before they were actually placed in adoption. And the policy was to make a thorough study of the child, to learn their intelligence, their physical health, and so forth, and then to find a family they felt could match the child, or the child match the family. They had pictures all over the wall trying to find families that resembled physically the child, and then would place them. It was a long procedure and very involved, and there was lots of concern in the community that children weren't being placed early, that the bonding of a child is so important in the first year of life. This was the scene of infant adoptions, and a committee was appointed in Los Angeles study the situation and make recommendations to try to hurry the process yet maintain quality service. Then there was a great deal of neglect of placing older children, the recruitment of homes for adoptive homes for older children, or for the handicapped, or for minority children. And over the years, I think we've made great strides in placing what we once thought were unplaceable children. And our public welfare program, the County Adoption Bureau, has gained really an international reputation for what they've done in this regard. And they were first, I think, anywhere to use television as a means of showing the children who needed adoption, these special children, and recruiting homes in this particular way. This was criticized first because of the confidentiality, but it's been a very successful way of placing children that otherwise would need to live always in foster care or institutional care. So I think the adoption scene is quite hopeful. The development over the last 15 years of confidentiality, question of whether adoptive children have a right to know their natural parents, I think has developed in a way that children can now expect to find their natural parents after they're grown, after the child's grown, if they wish to. And this is a service that's handled with consideration of the natural parents if they're found, to see whether they want to know their own child, and a consideration of the adoptive parents. And I think this has been an important thing, because many adoptive children who've grown up long to know their natural roots and know the persons. In some cases it benefits them greatly to know, and in others it's a disappointment. But I think any human being has a right to know their own past history and not to have what is an amnesia for their early childhood.
Quite recently you led a project on adoption based in Seattle and Los Angeles.
Yes, and after my retirement from regular teaching, Carol Williams and I conducted a program which we brought adoption workers from the whole western region. And this was sponsored by an Eastern fund. And the adoption workers were brought into Los Angeles and also into Seattle for a week's training. And then they would return to their own homes and try to apply what they had learned from the group discussions and from the material that was presented, and see how practical it was and successful or not. And then they would return for a second week of training. And these were an enthusiastic group of workers with good ideas, and I thought out of the interchange of their thinking and the presentations that were made by a faculty of several people we recruited, was quite a successful program.
You wrote a paper on the adoption of American Indian children for Social Work Papers. Is that related to the project?
No, it had nothing to do with this. It came out of I guess it was a conference of American Indian foster parents in Phoenix, Arizona. And the Indians came from all over that state, and about 100 of them in all, and I was asked to be the keynote speaker at that meeting. I was the only Caucasian in the meeting, and The day I arrived, I went to the auditorium a few minutes early, found no one there as yet. I wasn't sure I was in the right place, but I remained there. And within a minute or two before the meeting was supposed to open, the Indians came from all directions, seated themselves in the auditorium, had their drum ceremony and religious ceremony to open. And then I presented, wondering all the time if what I had to say would be acceptable to this particular group. And I found them very responsive. First day they sent up written questions from the auditorium. The second day they participated much more verbally, and I found they had a great sense of humor and were most responsive the whole meeting. When I finished there, they presented me with gifts of a beaded bow tie and several other things. And one young man who was responsible for the organization of the conference asked if I would come out and meet his mother, and I found it to be really his grandmother, who had been waiting in the lobby during the whole time of the meetings. She was an elderly woman, somewhere in her, I guess, in her 80s. Had a very parched face, poor teeth, looked much like the Plains Indians who had had a hard life over the years, must have looked in the earlier days. But I found her to be just a delightful person, and it had a great deal of meaning to me to be introduced to her.
You've taken so much interest in comparative cultures, from Idaho through Fiji and on up to this Phoenix experience. How has this entered into your teaching and practice?
Well, I hope in a helpful way, because I think it's so important that students in social work learn something about cultural differences so that they have an understanding that the ways in which children are raised in families may differ in ethnic groups, in cultural differences need to be recognized, and to respect these differences when we work with them. And it simply adds to the understanding of human behavior. And fortunately, we have this variety in the world, and it's always interested me, and it's, I think, had a value in teaching.
Another, I know, important facet of your career has been in the correctional field, starting when you first came here with Ruby, Carl Holton, and going on through DCI. What about this experience?
Yes, when I first came to the SC School of Social Work, Arlene Johnson had an interest in the correctional field, and Ruby Enlow, who was on the faculty, did, and Norris Class was on the faculty, did. And I was interested in the fact we had students placed in probation department and in one or two of the correctional institutions for their field work. And I was asked to do any number of training sessions for probation officers. And at one time I was asked to do workshops throughout the state for the California Youth Authority, which was then a new program that was being recognized all over the country as kind of a model of what to do in the care and education of delinquent kids. So I was given a car and a driver, and we went to all of the camps that belonged to the Youth Authority in the state of California and conducted training sessions. I found them irregular in their quality, from good to bad, but I was impressed by some of the very good ones and thought they were truly making a contribution to the field. I've regretted that our school has lost its interest in correctional work, because I thought social work had an important place in this field.
And what of the Delinquency Control Institute?
Yes, the Delinquency Control Institute is still a part of the University of Southern California, and I think I joined the teaching faculty the second year that it was in operation. It was a project that was first sponsored by the Ford Foundation jointly with the University of Southern California to train juvenile police officers and some probation workers from all over the United States and some from foreign countries, especially from England. And the police were brought in from these various communities to spend 3 months training. And my part was to teach courses in human behavior, growth and development. And I found the group responsive but very questioning of the theories about growth and development. And I found that staff varied in their quality a great deal. Some I thought were making excellent policemen. Others I had questions about along the way. But the group as a whole were very accepting of Nora's class and of me as teachers. And at the end of each program, we were always rated the highest as teachers, which always surprised me because there was so much negativism expressed during class time. And this program, I think, was largely successful because of Dan Pursuit, who headed Control Institute for a while and has remained with it up until the last year or two. But he was the money raiser for it and had a remarkable ability to raise money from industry and business and so forth to sponsor this. And I was always interested that the first students sent by the various police departments were usually those with low rank. And when they went home with new knowledge, it was challenging to the chiefs of police. And eventually we had some of the high-ranking police as our students. And as a whole, I think it's had a very important effect on police work with juveniles throughout the country. And we also opened classes in Phoenix, Arizona, and for several years taught them there under the Department of Psychology. And we also held classes in Honolulu, Hawaii, and these were sort of alumni groups who organized them in those communities and then asked us to come as faculty to teach. So it was a very enriching experience for me, and I hope for the students.
I bet it was. And more recently, still in the justice system, you participated in the training of judges?
Yes. I was asked to join a juvenile court judge who was considered the best in the state, and from Oakland, California, and we were invited to come to Idaho to offer training sessions for the judges throughout that state, so that we were flown up to the state and then flew from town to town conducting these. And most of them were probate judges who were doing juvenile court work, and some of the larger towns there were now assigned juvenile court judges. And here again, we talked a lot about growth and development of children and the causes of delinquency, the responsive kind of care that these kids needed. And I thought the program was quite successful. I had great respect for what the judge taught in this, and it was interesting to go back to my home state to do this.
We hear a lot about these days about all the attention that's given to delinquents and so on after kids have suffered and so on. I know you had an opportunity to be in on a very important movement that undertook to reach children at an earlier stage. What about the whole Head Start program?
Yes, when the Head Start was established on a national basis,
Part of the war on poverty, wasn't it?
It was part of the war on poverty, and I thought it a very sound idea. And the University of Southern California was asked to conduct a training program for Head Start teachers and administrators. And the School of Education was asked by Norman Topping, the president of our university, to do this. And the dean of the School of Education at that time did not approve of the idea of Head Start. He had strong feelings against it and refused to do it. And the president was miffed about this and came to our dean and asked that we take the responsibility for Head Start training, and then I was asked to head this. And I had to go to the Dean of Education to get his cooperation, which was not an easy task, but he did cooperate and assigned two very good teachers. One was a black woman who was a vice principal, and another a regular teacher, and both were excellent teachers in our program, as well as I'm sure in their own school. And we had additional people from different disciplines, such as psychology, to participate in this training. And in later years, some of our graduates went with the Head Start program and worked as social workers in those programs, largely doing administration of the programs. And Head Start still exists, and I think makes a major contribution to children who have so little support from their own families in being educated. And this, I think, gives incentive to children to want to go to school and not to feel uncomfortable in school.
John, I think you haven't always been encouraged in your career, especially by an uncle you told us about once who had some kind of a pronouncement about the profession.
Yes, Uncle Tony.
Uncle Tony.
When I was driving back from New York following my graduation from the New York school, I stopped in a small town in Iowa, Atlantic, Iowa, to visit my mother's sister and her husband. And this uncle did not approve of social work, and his idea of philanthropy was to give a pipe organ to the Presbyterian Church. He was an affluent man in his community, stolid Republican and strong Presbyterian. And he confronted me when I first got there, the fact that I had chosen social work as a career, and said that he disapproved of it, that social workers were just a bunch of short-haired women and long-haired men. And I think later Mother Nature proved that I didn't have long hair. I lost most of mine.
You gave the lie to Uncle Tony.
I gave the lie to Uncle Tony.
And his pronouncement on social workers.
His pronouncement.
I think you pioneered really kind of in the use of electronics in social work teaching and so on. What about that?
Yes, I think I purchased one of the first tape recorders in Los Angeles, and used it in interviews with some of the cases I was carrying as a volunteer, and then used the interviews in staff training, and was highly criticized at first because some people felt I was betraying the confidence of clients, though I had gotten permission of the clients to do this and had not used actual names on the tapes. But I remember once giving a lecture or speaking at a family service meeting, and one of the staff members stood up and said that I was unethical, that she could not stay in the room with someone like this, and that I didn't belong in the profession for using a tape recorder, and then she marched out. But since that time they've been commonly used, and I think to real advantage, that in this electronic world so much learning comes from auditory and visual means, that it would be amiss not to use some electronic equipment. And I think in teaching that it can be used to advantage. I think it should not be overly used as a substitute for other ways of teaching. But both the visual auditory ways of learning, I think, are very important to today's generation, who are reading less and learning more by this type of observation.
What about these two tapes that were made for national distribution?
Yes. When I've spoken at different parts of the country, there's an organization that exists that I think it's called, it's called the Child Care Information Center, and it's in Hampton, Virginia. And
I notice this one is called Ethnic and Cultural Considerations in Child Placement.
Yes, that's one of them. I think probably made 10 or 12 tapes for them, but when they learn you're going to speak, they send one of their staff with recording equipment and record your speech, and then the tapes are distributed all over the country and some outside the country, and the only charge for the tapes is just the cost of the tape itself. And so these are education by long distance. And I had a letter from the company saying that they had had very wide distribution, and it's just one more way of teaching, I guess.
And then you starred in some video cassettes on working with children, communicating with children, and the separation experience. These were made at your home?
Part of them made it
by Los Angeles County?
Yes, we made 5 movies, about 40-minute or 60-minute motion pictures, and these were eventually put on videotapes for training, and they were financed by a national grant, but given to the Los Angeles County Welfare Department. And 2 of them were filmed in my home, and one was filmed in one of the parks here, and one at one of the children's institutions. And I think they were made about 4 years ago, about 1984. They were very slow in completing them. I wonder if they've ever been used.
Your filmmaking really goes back a long way. The school social worker was one milepost in that.
Yes, in the 1950s, I was speaking in the auditorium of one of the Pasadena schools about school social work, and in the audience There were two women I did not know, but came up to me afterwards, later became very good friend of mine.
Was that Clev and Peggy?
Yes. One was Louise Clevenger, who's a retired social worker, and her friend, Mrs. Walter Driscoll, Peggy Driscoll. And Miss Clevenger had been interested in school social work and had interested Miss Driscoll in school social work, and they came up to me afterwards and with the idea that possibly if we'd make a movie that demonstrated school social work, that it might be a good educational tool. And I said I was interested, and they asked me if I would find out from the School of Cinema what it might cost to make our film. And I did this immediately and called them to tell them the cost would be around $35,000. And a day or two later, I was invited to dinner at Mrs. Driscoll's, and when I got there, the butler brought in a tray with an envelope on it, and I opened it, and it was a check for $35,000. And we then set out to make the film called The School Social Worker, and employed a writer, professional movie writer, Melvin Wald, and a professional movie director, and formed committees to decide what this might be. Later I regretted the committee activity because there was so much difference in what they wanted to put everything in an hour movie, and I concluded at the end of the thing that any movie should be the idea of one person who's producer. But we did come out with a movie which I thought was pretty good, and did show a variety of things that school social workers do. And the movie got very wide distribution as training film through the country. And as a result of this, Mrs. Driscoll maintained her interest in the school and provided scholarships for school social workers over many years. And even after she moved away from Pasadena, California, to New Mexico, she continued the scholarship program, and later gave $100,000 toward establishment of a chair in my name. And it was an interesting experience to have had this contact.
Well, you went on and did some work as consultant in commercial films as well.
Yes, I'd come to know Melvin Wald in making our film, and after that he called on me several times as a consultant on movies he was writing. And one was a film that Ida Lupino was producing, and I was asked to write the dialogue for the leading man, who was in the film to be a social worker. And the film dealt with a subject that was then very questionable. The Hayes office really worried about films of this kind. It was about a office worker, a young woman who worked in a factory district who was raped, and the psychological problems she has and the social problems she has as a result of this, and which she needs to leave the community. And she sought the help of a social worker. Well, when they asked for final approval of the script, it was found out that the Hayes office disapproved of a social worker playing this role, that they should not be the person to deal with such thing as rape and the consequences of rape, and that it should be a minister or a religious person. And as a result, they had to compromise. They found a former naval officer who was an ordained minister and gave him the leading role.
Did he use your words?
He used my words for the most part, and he never wore clerical garb. He was supposedly somebody just out of the Navy, and an attractive young man with whom the girl fell in love. But I mention this only because I think it gives us some idea what the attitudes towards social work were in the 1950s, that it really wasn't acceptable to deal with such problems in the minds, at least, of the Hayes office, and I expect...
No wonder they were called a czar.
Yes, no wonder they were called a czar.
You've done a great many program studies and evaluations. What about what you did for the Jewish Big Brothers?
Yes, just after I was out of the Army teaching at SC, I was asked to do a study of Jewish Big Brothers. A program was headed by Milton Goldberg for many years. I think he was an administrator of an agency longer than anybody I ever knew, and just retired a year or so ago. But at that time, he was not a trained social worker. He'd been, I think, with the Boy Scouts at one time. But the board thought that the program should be extended to offering other kinds of services and asked for a study of what they might be. And what they were doing was largely Big Brother work of matching boys to Big Brothers. And then they operated a camp at the edge of Los Angeles where they took non-Jewish youngsters, and many of these were handicapped youngsters, a very well-run camp, and Mr. Goldberg is very competent running that camp. The program that I suggested after the study was made was that they employ social workers, that they do family work and direct work with children. And they immediately put this into effect, employed a social worker to direct the program, and it became one of our better child welfare programs in California.
Wasn't Milton kind of scared of you in the beginning?
Yes, in the beginning, Mr. Goldberg was very nervous that I might not approve of what had been done. Actually, I respected a lot that they had done. But he stayed right over my shoulder wanting to read the report all along the way.
Now, you did also a great deal of agency consultation in Hawaii, I think.
Yes, I was invited to come over during a Christmas holidays to do a research study of what was called a citizenship training program on the Big Island. And this had been conceived by one businessman and a judge, a program to deal with delinquent youngsters, or those who they thought might become delinquent. These were poor kids, poor Hawaiian kids who weren't getting along in school and were getting into troubles of different kinds. And it was headed by a man named Elroy Osario, who later became state senator in Hawaii. But it was quite a innovative and, I thought, creative program in which these kids were given some educational courses, but largely it was an activity program in which they did many things. And as an example, they would take these kids to dinner at the better restaurants in the area. They'd introduce them to a side of their society that they'd never known. And they established, Mr. Osario established relationships that were very strong and healthy with these kids. I thought it was a worthwhile program, and the study was to evaluate it because this group who'd sponsored it hoped that it would be established as a statewide program. Unfortunately, it never was accepted. It had opposition partly from the public welfare staff. They saw it as somewhat competitive, I think, in some ways. But I felt that it's a program that other communities could model after. And while it employed no social workers, it employed people who I felt really cared about the kids, and that was the most important thing.
And you learned a great deal about Hawaiian culture, too, in that study.
Yes.
Did you not?
Yes, because in the study I was taken back into some of the remote parts of the island where life was still very primitive. The surface that the tourists see is so different. And I would interview Hawaiian families and who were the parents or relatives of the delinquent kids, and found very warm reception. Often when I would leave after the interview, they would come running in with a whole sack of pineapples to give me, or bananas, or something to eat, and they were just overly generous. And these were essentially mostly poverty families, and but you sensed a very warm feeling. At that time, delinquency was not a serious problem in Hawaii. Since then, it's become very serious.
Why?
I think the affluence that has occurred in those islands, the rich tourist trade.
There are no primitive places on Oahu anymore.
There are very few, certainly, but in the Big Island there still are some, I understand, in some of the remote islands. But society has changed, and delinquency's gone with it, grown with it, I should say.
What about your consultations in Phoenix?
Yes, it was in the 1950s that I was asked to participate in the study of social services in the city of Phoenix. And the study was to be headed by Dr. Wayne McMillan from the University of Chicago. At that time, I had not met him, and we gathered together, and there were one or two others from the Los Angeles area brought in to do it, a public health doctor and a staff member from family service. And we spent a number of days, and my part of it was to study the child welfare programs and to make recommendations for change. And the study was written up and put into effect in the city of Phoenix. I had some interesting experiences in that. One place I had to go was the program. It was a correctional program for adolescent girls, and it was a Catholic institution located outside of Phoenix, several miles. And when
it was the House of the Good Shepherd.
Yes, it's the Convent of the Good Shepherd. When I went out by taxi and went up to the big gates of the place and rang the bell, a Catholic sister came and looked through a little door in the main door, and
the other tape, we left you at a moment of suspense outside the House of the Good Shepherd in Phoenix. What happened next?
Yes, the Catholic sister said she couldn't let me in, that she had not had any orders from higher up to allow me to come in. And there I was, stranded out in the country with my taxi gone, and I had to hitchhike back into Phoenix and talk to Dr. McMillan about this. He contacted the higher authorities of the church, and they arranged for me to go back the next day which I did, and got a royal reception. I remember they fed me a chicken lunch, and I was seated at a large table with the nuns standing all around there, not allowed to sit and to eat with the laymen. And it was difficult to eat lunch alone and being watched every minute and waited on every minute. And so I did the study of the agency. It was an interesting one to do because they wanted to impress me with how favorable their program was. And when we go to the different dormitories, you'd see the statues of Mother Mary and Jesus. Many of them were knocked off the wall or broken, and they always explained that it was accidental. And I had worked enough with delinquent kids to know that this was probably not true. But on the whole, it was not a bad program. But we completed the study in, I think, about 5 or 6 days, and it was later put into effect in Phoenix.
And did it make a lot of difference in Phoenix?
Well, I never had a chance to do a follow-up, to know. I had gone there to lecture after that at different times, and some of their programs seemed quite good, but I really didn't have a chance to know how effective the study was. But it was a very important thing from the standpoint that Dr. McMillan decided he wanted to live in the West, far West, and left Chicago and came to Los Angeles, where he did the mental health study, and later went to Oakland and did the study of the whole Bay Area services, and made a major contribution to California, and became a very good friend of mine and of other members of our faculty, including you.
Yes. It's too bad we can't interview Wayne, too, for the archives.
Yes, it would have been a marvelous interview.
What about your study and evaluation for family service?
Yes, I have done it for one or two of the family services that were outlying services in Los Angeles community, and not much to report on it except some evaluation of the casework they were doing and
How did
recommendations.
You find the quality of their work in these districts?
Quite good.
Mm-hmm. Some of our alumni out there working?
Yes, some of the alumni were in the agencies, and I think mainly the recommendation was that they expand their services.
Mm-hmm. And what do you think has happened to family services by this time?
I'm not close to what they are from reports. They're not as successful as they used to be. I don't know why, and I think it's a loss to community to lose family services. I think they've been a stable national agency and with their local chapters over the years, and I would be sorry to see them disappear.
Maybe they've gone mostly to fee-paying and hourly-based staff and that kind of thing.
Yes, and initially family services, at the time I was supervising students in the Los Angeles Family Service, they had money to give directly to clients, and later they did away with any subsidy of clients. It seemed to me that some of their resources were diminished, and also the interest of staff was more in what was psychotherapy than it was family
social work.
Social work.
That's a pity. Now, John, you've done yourself lots of work as a volunteer. I know that when you first came to Los Angeles, you were volunteer in the Veteran Psychiatric Clinic.
Yes, I did that for several years, and the psychiatrist in charge was Dr. Roberta Crutcher, who was a very capable psychiatrist and one who had great respect for social work, and the Veterans Psychiatric Clinic was a training center for young psychiatrists, and they too spent time volunteering in the agency. And the cases we saw were largely cases that had problems in adjusting to civilian life after the World War II. And some of the service there I thought was excellent. I thought the social workers were just as effective in treatment as the psychiatrists were. And I learned that the quality of people coming into the psychiatric field was not any higher, in my estimation, than that of the students coming into School of Social Work. But it was a valuable experience to me, and I gained a lot from the staff meetings. I felt it enhanced my teaching.
Can you tell a little bit about some case there that you still recall that gives sort of the flavor of that service?
Oh, there were such a variety of cases, but I remember one of my patients upset the whole clinic because he would arrive early for his appointment, and he was an ambulatory psychotic, really, and he always came with a raw beefsteak with the blood running off of it and chewing on the beefsteak. And he would first come to the window of the office I was using and beat on the window to let me know he was there. At the same time, I'd be seeing another patient. And I would just acknowledge him and point that he should go upstairs to the waiting room. And he'd walk in the waiting room and scare some of the people to death because he looked so wild and coming in. And he was as gentle as a lamb. And often, once he saw you, then he would come right down and participate in an interview. But always before he left, he needed to play his mouth harp for you. And Dr. Crutcher always wondered what was going on when she'd hear the mouth harp playing in the office. He later had to be hospitalized, but I think the help we gave him to sustain himself for a while in community. But once or twice he was arrested because the police were suspicious of his behavior on the street, and I remember I had to go down to the police station to get him released once and explain the behavior. But we had some weird case situations in that clinic.
You also volunteered in family service in Pasadena?
Yes, I thought it would be valuable to get some experience in family service agency. So for 2 or 3 years, I gave 1 or 2 evenings a week seeing cases there. Largely, they assigned me cases where children were involved, and adolescent kids and pre-adolescent youngsters. And two had a value. The director of the clinic at that time was Elise Delafontaine, and she had been a New York social worker who had quite a reputation, a national reputation, for being a colorful woman who was quite knowledgeable about psychiatric social work and had done some teaching at the New York school. And the board of the family service in Pasadena brought her out to head the agency. I always got along very well with her and liked her eccentricities. And she ran that agency for quite a while until it was eventually Carl Schaefer became director.
She was a good administrator.
Yes, I thought in many ways she was, and she always had difficulties with her office staff because she constantly drank coffee and then leave the cups all over the office and expected the girls to wash them and collect them and so forth. And but on the whole, I thought her judgments of what was good service were very, very good. At the time, we were getting quite a number of cases from Caltech, where these super bright students were experiencing personal problems, and many of them quite neurotic patients. And we had, at the time, quite a few cases from the Altadena area. Later, I think they had their own separate program. But some of the cases I heard from even a long time after I'd seen them, reporting their improvements.
Was there quite a different clientele there from the Veterans Clinic?
Yes. The Veterans Clinic, I think we saw much more serious type of emotional disturbance than we did the family service. Some of their problems were similar. Example, I carried one case of a little boy whose father had been a prominent engineer in the Pasadena area and had a psychotic break and had been hospitalized in a private psychiatric hospital. And the mother had to go to work in order to support this boy, who was then 10 years old, and his sister, and had to hire a housekeeper. And the child I was seeing, the boy I was seeing, became very depressed. His grades failed in school when he'd been a very bright student. And he came regularly, came on his own on his bicycle, and related right away. And I spent some time with him away from the office. I would go to the things the school held. He would ask that I come as a father to these, and the mother was most cooperative. And I remember one day he told me that he thought the housekeeper they had was mentally ill. I talked with the mother about this, and we found it was true, that he had diagnosed quite well, and so she had to replace the housekeeper and get her to some help. But he was a wonderful little kid, and his interest was in trains. And his father had taken him regularly down to the train station. He knew what train ran on every line in the United States. He really was an authority on trains, and had enjoyed this with the father. And my knowing little about them, went with him several times to watch the trains, and he educated me on trains. And we used art therapy with him a great deal, and one of the things he did was every day he came, he would draw the car of a train on a sheet of paper, and he would then post it up on the wall, and he said, when they go clear around the wall, why, our being together will end, because that will be the end of the train. And his prediction was true. The last time he came, he drew a caboose, and in the caboose were a family, mother, father, and 2 children, and all waving happily out the window of the caboose. And simultaneously, the father had been released from the hospital, was well recovered, had accepted a job, a position in Oakland, California, and they had moved there, and this was his way of saying goodbye. And I had several cards from him afterwards reporting that all was well. So it was a satisfying case to have.
That's a lovely story. You were really heavily into practice and teaching practice at the same time. What do you think about the impact of this concurrent experience on your teaching?
I felt it helped me keep a foot in reality of what was needed in practice, and seeing theory in its application, and in that way it was helpful to me. I personally have always believed in agency practice. I think unless a school of social work decides that they just want to train individual private practitioners, that the emphasis on agency is extremely important. And it's the only service that really offers free service to those who can't afford to pay, and charges minimal rates. An example I learned last night, that a going rate for social workers practicing psychotherapy runs about $90 an hour.
Well, that shuts out all but a favored few, doesn't it?
And that means we're not serving the
And the
ones
family service agencies aren't very available.
No.
What do you think of the young candidates for teaching who come along who've had no practice experience? Aren't there some such these days?
Oh, many. I think more and more teachers being hired do have very limited practical experience. And I would encourage them to do volunteer work in an agency, and particularly in an agency the school is using. That I think a knowledge of our agencies and community is extremely important to communicate to students, so that they get an overall view of services in the community and not a narrow one.
Do you think there ought to be some arrangement for students to watch their teachers practice or conduct an interview?
Yes, I've never really seen this done, but I think it can be done in a classroom. And I think the only experience I ever had with this was the Navy invited me to do some training sessions in San Diego, and they wanted some of the staff who were in their stockade to be trained, where they were dealing with problems of men who had committed certain delinquencies in the Army, and they had non-com staff as interviewers of these men, and I worked out a plan where I had the young recruit, I guess you'd call them, sit directly next to me while I interviewed. And I found it very valuable, and then in turn I would have them interview and I would just sit beside them. And I found that there was little or no interference in the quality of the interview with somebody being there who was a non-participant other than an observer. That when the interview became focused, the patient or client seemed to almost disregard the other person entirely. That you established a kind of relationship with them where they really concentrated on the interview. And I thought this might be used in our teaching, but I think we never did use it.
The same has applied, I think, sometimes to asking a client's permission to tape an interview, hasn't it?
That's right. Yes. Now, in the Navy, permission was decided by higher rank, but I think it would be important to follow an ethical plan on this.
They tend to forget that it's being taped and kind of disregard it.
That's right.
Lots of times, I think. Now, you've done a lot of consultation in children's services. What are some of the experiences that we should hear about from that?
Oh, there's been so many, it's hard to focus on any one, but many times I've been called to agencies to talk about special problems that they have. Sometimes they've been staff problems. Sometimes...
Can you kind of give an example of a staff problem you've helped an agency?
Yes, I remember one, I think in the 1950s, one of the directors of Children's Institution called me and said that she had a staff member she felt was molesting the children, and she wanted help in knowing how to handle this with him, because she was unsure that it was true or not.
There had been some complaints.
There had been some complaints, and she was suspicious of this, and also what her responsibility to him might be. So it was consultation around that, and which got him to help, but he's also encouraged not to work with children. And there's such a wide variety of things that come up in agencies. Sometimes it's been on recruitment of foster parents, discussing with them ideas for advertising and recruiting, a whole wide range of things.
Mm-hmm. What are some of the most successful recruitment programs that you've seen or recall?
Well, the most successful are word of mouth, one foster parent telling another, encouraging another to take children. The grapevine system works the best. The speaking at different groups, and groups that are selective where you feel they might potentially be foster parents. I think PTA groups in the rural areas, granges, has a value, and even bringing in foster children to tell about their experience to an audience of this kind. For the most part, advertising in newspapers, or I think even on television, is not too successful. But some creative ways of advertising have worked awfully well.
Could you give an example of something like that?
Yes, I remember we had a kid who was quite a terror. He was not a bad kid, but he was always into some mischief of some kind. And we had a costume party, and he wanted to be Superman. And we got him a costume that looked like Superman with a large cape. And in the course of the evening party, he got on the second floor and jumped out the window. And fortunately landed on a manure pile and wasn't hurt. And he was a real little kid. I think he was only 6 years old or 7. And he became the hero of the house as a result of this. When it was time to place him in a foster home, we put an ad in the paper saying, in effect, challenging young kid, wants to fly, potentially a paratrooper, needs a home, age 6 or whatever it was. Interestingly, we got a response from any number of former paratroopers, and they were the fathers who called. We'd like to meet that kid, and we found him a good home. I don't remember whether it was paratrooper home or not, but we found a good home for him. And it's that kind of appeal that appealed to fathers more than the sentimental kind that lonely, hurt young kid, but they wanted a kid who was full of life.
Who looks to the future.
Yes.
Yeah. That was a very successful appeal, I guess.
Yes.
Maybe some of the other homes worked out too for other kids.
No, we used some of the other homes.
Now, tell about some of the state and national meetings you've been to of volunteers.
Yes, I've been in an awful lot of volunteer meetings over 50 years. But I've been to the national meeting of foster parents as a speaker in Canada, in several American cities, and in Hawaii. and have usually given 2 or 3 papers at these conferences at a time, and I had a chance to talk with foster parents who come from a wide area. And in the state, we've had an awful lot of meetings of foster parents in various neighborhoods of Los Angeles, various counties through the state. And I always felt I came out of them learning more than I gave, that foster parents, if they were allowed to really talk about what they do, come up with such creative ideas of how to handle children's problems.
Can you remember an example of one that really impressed you a lot as creative?
Well, I remember one I gave in, I think it was in Watts, but it was an area, and there was quite a large black lady who was a foster mother there, quite prepossessing person, and she sat through some discussion about handling negativism in children. Finally, her patience gave out, and she got up and gave her speech, and she said, "When kids are outside arguing out of my kitchen and they won't obey me something, I just go over to my oven and I get out a big chocolate cake and I hold it out the window, and I says, them who quit arguing and obey me are going to have a piece of this. Them what don't can't eat." And I slam the window. She said it all stops. They just come in and behave. And I thought it was a good example of using operant conditioning. Children.
Reinforce the positive.
And of course it broke up the meeting. And but so many just practical little suggestions of raising children with mothers who've had several of their own and are experienced. And I think so often when we go in as professionals, we don't have the practical experience to be very helpful, other than to talk theoretically about things.
And at these meetings you experience that they help each other a great deal.
Oh, a great deal. And there's great value in their coming together, because it's like a club or an association that develops where they're doing something in common. And there are so many just wonderful foster parents. I think they're probably the least appreciated group of people I know.
Is there any way to change that?
Well, I think agencies, and many agencies, do need to give much more recognition to foster parents. And also, I think there's a real responsibility to see that they're paid more than they are. That they're so underpaid. And when you think it's a 24-hour-a-day job to take care of a child, and they make little or nothing in doing it, it's done
they almost don't
out of the
break
goodness
even.
of their heart. Many don't break even. I've visited some foster families that really became professional families, foster care, always, which I thought should be a much wider program of foster care, where you paid foster parents as much as you pay an institution to take care of special children.
Do you think this is increasing at the present?
I don't think so.
Even you don't think there's much increase in group homes and so on?
Yes, I think in group homes. I was thinking of just family
just
homes.
Their own family with one or two foster
That's
children.
right. And we had some early experience in Ryther. We placed the daughter of a very wealthy doctor, a teenage daughter, in a home, and at that time, I don't remember the exact amount, but it was thought to be considerable, like $600 a month, which today would probably be $1,500.
Yes.
And placed her with a family that was on social equality with her own parents. And there was another doctor's family, and they would not accept her without adequate pay because they said the father could afford it.
And they'd need that much to keep her in this...
That's right. And the last I ever heard of her was I saw an item in the society page in the New York Times where she's marrying a prominent New Yorker.
So that was another happy ending for another case. You've done quite a lot of training with Junior League. What do you think of that?
Yes, I've always had the respect for Junior League volunteers. They're very serious in their training programs for themselves and what they do, and I think they could be used in a wider variety of ways than they generally are. I know at the Ryder Center we trained some of them to be the initial finders of foster homes, to do the initial interview, and they were as competent as anyone I know. They're generally very bright and very sincere in their interests, and it's part of their organization's responsibility to take what I should say responsibility for social needs community. And then they prepare very much to be board members, and some of our best board members come from the Junior League.
Have you seen creative programs for Junior League volunteers locally?
I haven't had a lot of experience with what they do locally. I don't believe I could give an example of what they do.
I know they're represented on the round table, and I think you were one of the early members of the round table. Could you speak something about the round table?
Yes, the round table is a project at the University of Southern California School of Social Work, in which representatives of programs dealing with children come together and research and discuss the practices of social services in this community. And their goal is partly to promote legislation that improves conditions, or to bring some pressure on politicians to provide better services in community. It's a very educational program for those who attend, and I think it's led to a much better understanding of what overall community problems are. There's really been very little in Los Angeles that does this. I think UCLA has some program that does it, perhaps not in the same way, but since the Welfare Council was abandoned in Los Angeles, there's been no opportunity for agency personnel to come together to plan things for community and to share their experiences. I always felt this has been a loss in our city.
Why do you think the Welfare Council was abandoned?
I really don't know the reasons. I suspected that it was politics in the community chest, or whatever it's now called. I think they didn't like the pressures that were brought from the council on asking for changes in programs and services and so forth. But I don't really know.
So, but you see it as a kind of a backward step in social welfare in the community as a whole.
Yes, I felt that.
A loss.
But I've not been close enough in recent years to know.
You have been quite active in the volunteer, is it the Volunteer Bureau?
Yes. I was...
Tell about what they do.
Well, I was on the board of the Los Angeles Volunteers for 3 or 4 years, and they run a wide variety of volunteer services in community. in almost every type of agency, even including the employment services for people who've retired and want to continue some type of work in their older years. And they've done a lot to gain material things for agencies by collecting from factories and offices and so forth, office equipment and office machines, so forth, that are given to them and then distributed to agencies. They usually have had very good Christmas programs of arranging for getting toys and clothing and so forth for poverty families, food. They've done a variety of things, and I think it's a very important service. Again, it's been underfinanced compared to some of the other services, and but they've had a good staff over the years. There are a number of good volunteer programs that private agencies themselves operate in Los Angeles, and I've had great respect for what volunteers do within our city. I often have been concerned the fact that volunteers are not enough appreciated by professional staff.
The foster parents and the volunteers are kind of like the forgotten people.
And that's right. I think so often professionally trained social workers, or even those signed as social workers who are not trained, feel a threat of volunteers, that they're trying to take over their jobs, or that they limit the number of jobs available and services are free by volunteers.
Has some of your teaching to students dealt with volunteers and how to make the most and maximize and
yes, in
value them?
Practice classes, I've always had some discussion of this. And I've also encouraged students to do volunteer things, and some have. But I think more emphasis needs to be placed on volunteers.
I believe you're right now evaluating the volunteers' service at McLaren. Could you say something about that?
Yes, I'm volunteering my time now with participating in the reorganization and based on a study that we're making at McLaren, which is a large county-run children's agency for abused and neglected youngsters who can't live at home. And it's so large and overwhelming that it's difficult to have quality services there.
What kinds of things do the volunteers do there?
Well, quite a wide variety of things. There are a large number of volunteers who come in and assist on the wards or in the cottages in caring for infant children. Example, there are quite a number of babies, very young, often newborn infants, who are brought there whose mother have been drug addicts, and the child has been affected by this, so that their behavior is difficult. And it's really a mothering job on the part of the volunteers who come, who hold the children and comfort them in many ways.
And does it seem to attract the kind of people who can do this?
Yes, it's been the most popular field. It's sort of a grandmother program in a way.
They bathe these infants and
yes,
diaper them and so on.
Participate like a mother on the kind of. Then for older children, some of them come in who are recreational workers, some who are interested in hobbies and try to encourage the interest of kids in their hobbies. There's a large group of religious volunteers who come on Sundays and encourage the children in religious worship. It's not clear to me yet. It's part of the study to find out what they actually do. But they're well-meaning, and many of them participate in other aspects of the program. The most difficult area has been the older adolescent kids who've not gotten much help from volunteers except in sports or some recreational things. But we're encouraging more professional volunteers to come in.
And is that program taking off, the one for teenagers?
It's too early to tell.
Too early, but that's kind of in prospect.
Yes.
And I think you suggested a recognition for volunteers.
Yes.
Part of our school activity.
Oh, yes. We have this one group of volunteers who are largely the wives and some of them themselves movie industry people who generally have high incomes and are well known in the community or around the country, some of them. And they have their own special volunteer organization, and they do such things as give parties for the kids at McLaren. They have done a great deal in redecorating a very drab institution that was built really initially for unmarried mothers. And they provide furniture and play equipment, and have done some very good things. They have little to do with the other volunteers in the agency. They're almost two separate organizations, and they like to run their own show, and so my part is not doing much with them, except I felt they needed recognition for what they're doing, and I also thought this would interest them in our school, and would hope that it does.
So what happened?
What happens when?
What happened? How were they recognized?
Oh, we brought them to a brunch and presented them with certificates of award for their good work. And we had a good response. They're a difficult group to reach because they don't give out their home address and so forth, that people who are celebrities need the protection, not having everybody know where they are, where they live. There's recognition given to the other volunteers. The agency itself gives a big recognition evening once a year, and this year I went to it, and it was Christmas time, and a very nice recognition. Because they had good food to eat, given certificates of award.
Do they have as many volunteers as they need at McLaren?
No, there's a special committee working on recruitment, and need a greater variety of kinds of volunteers than they have.
Well, I can see that from infant care to sports coaches, there'd be room for lots of people. A while back, you were one of administrators and professors on campus asked to predict the future in your profession. I think it was back in the 70s, and you were asked to say what might happen by the 80s, by 1980. Are you willing to predict the future again, now that it's 1988, looking ahead another span?
Well, that's a difficult thing to do in the world as it is today. The first place, I'm amazed that as many people still come into the field of social work and spend...
Why are you amazed?
Well, the cost of going to school today would seem to me prohibitive for anyone who would be paid as little as social workers are in general. And yet our schools all seem to remain full and become more costly each year. And but I think we still get a good quality of student coming into school, and that they're interested in the profession. The focus of interest of students seems to be more in psychiatric social work than in any other field. There's the number of child welfare people, I think, has diminished somewhat.
Well, I remember that there was a gathering for child welfare people and graduates a year or so ago, and they seemed very enthusiastic, both the current students and the graduates.
Yes, I think the ones who choose a specialization really care about it and like it and benefit by it. But there's such an increasing interest in private practice. Ryther is the name of an institution in Seattle that originally was an orphanage, and it was run by a woman named, in a popular way, Mother Ryther, who ran this orphanage for many, many years, and used to raise her money often by going out and beating a drum on the corner of one of the Seattle streets and getting donations from every source possible. And the place was everything in addition to an orphanage. Anybody who was straying around could be taken in. They would find babies left on the porch and so forth. The professional community in Seattle longed for the day when Mother Ryther would need to give up and they could close the agency because the standards were so bad, and yet she was very popular in the community. So after she died, the agency was closed, and the board decided they would make it a different kind of social agency, and they heard of a woman who was a licensing agent in Omaha named Lillian Johnson, who had some new ideas about establishing a residential treatment center for emotionally disturbed children, which would be one of the first of its kind in America. And they convinced Lillian Johnson that she should come and establish an agency in the building that was once the Ryther Orphanage. But they decided in honor of Mother Ryther that they would keep the name Ryther. And most of the kids who lived in that institution always speculated that Mother Ryther's ghost was in the attic.
How did you get to Ryther?
Well, I had come to Seattle on a fellowship or grant of a sort from the Department of Public Welfare in Idaho. Had come to spend a year in social work training at the University of Washington, where Arlene Johnson was the dean. And after I was at the school for a short time, I'd heard about Ryther and the innovative program that it was, and decided that I wanted to visit it and see what it was like. So I called for an appointment and went over one afternoon, and when I came in the office, I saw 3 or 4 other young men waiting in the office, and I had to wait my turn to see the director, Lillian Johnson. And she called me in, and I found her to be an interesting, rather eccentric woman who sat behind her desk with her shoes off and her feet in the lower drawer, and started asking me very personal questions. After about 3 or 4 minutes, I said, "Miss Johnson, is it necessary for me to answer all these questions just to visit Ryther and see what you're doing?" She said, "Don't you want a job?" And I said, "No, I just came to see the agency. I'm a student." Well, she said, "We're looking for a boys supervisor." And I thought, "This is what you're applying for." I said, "No, I wasn't." "Well, you can have it if you want it." and I took it on the spot.
You mentioned that it was an innovative program. Tell what the innovations were there at that time.
I think the unique thing about it was that it was to be a small institutional program for 20 children, ages 6 to 18, both boys and girls. And that in addition to the institution, there was a foster home program for as many as 120 children. And the idea was that children who were emotionally disturbed would stay in the center until it was possible for them to live outside of an institution. That it was essentially moving away from a pattern that had been common in America for children to be institutionalized and be raised in the institution. And this gave them a chance for family life once they were under control in a way that they could function within family. And the therapeutic methods within the institution I thought were unique because there's a great personalization of the relationship between all staff and the youngsters, that all staff participate in all aspects of the agency, and so that these youngsters did not find it unusual to see the so-called therapists within the agency doing manual things around or helping put back the toilet when some kid yanked it out of the floor or whatever else, that no one was in a position of being superior to anyone else within the agency. And I rather respected this. And I think the fact that it was a social service treatment agency rather than a psychiatry-oriented agency made it unique, because for the most part the treatment centers that had been established were quite large and almost always headed by a psychiatrist or psychoanalyst, and sometimes by a psychologist. And this was social work's contribution to this particular field.
We all know you as a man who has enormous empathy with children, and children relate to you and seek you out and confide in you. Can you say anything about how your Ryther experience contributed to this quality in you?
Yes, if I have that, it comes partly from experience in the state of Idaho, but in a large part from my experience at Ryther during this 1 year that I served there while I was a student, or the 9 months period, because I essentially lived with the kids while I did not sleep in the agency. I probably should have, because I was there for very long hours and still trying to go to school full time. And it gave me a chance to see children around the clock, see them in the morning when they got up, see them at their meals, see them going to bed, and not only see them but participate with them, and participate with kids who were very emotionally disturbed and problematic youngsters, so that basically I felt I learned an awful lot about human behavior and particularly childhood behavior from being there and participating in that way.
You've contributed a lot, I think, to the way people attend to some of the practical details of a child's life. Their eating, their dressing, their holiday celebrations. Was your Ryther experience relevant to this?
Very much so. As an example, some of the agency policies I think related to that question. Example, the staff ate with the children. They didn't eat separately. And the staff were present always, some staff, some professional staff, some others who did other tasks within the agency as their specialization, would be there when the kids were getting up or going to school or going to bed. and really living life with them as though they were parents of those children. And I thought this kind of personalizing the relationship was very important, and that these everyday experiences were really the foundation for all children. Experience being loved, being cared for, and being able to communicate with adults. And it was not in any kind of what I'd say structured situation in which a child just came for an interview. That we did have regular sessions in which children had scheduled interviews, but also the offices of the social workers and of the psychologists there were always open to the children so that they could come in a spontaneous way and deal with emergencies or critical things in their life, and not always waiting for their particular interview hour.
Your teaching, I think, has been very much concerned with children and child welfare. How does your Ryther experience enter into your teaching?
Well, I have a feeling that the reason for this is Arlene Johnson, who observed my work at Ryther. It's really not my intent to teach ever, or particularly to teach about child welfare. That I was at the time more interested in psychiatric social work, which I think a part of child welfare is. But when I came to school, they put Rose Green in as head of the psychiatric social work specialization, and Arlene insisted I go into child welfare. And certainly I had this experience to rely back on in discussing theory and using practical applications of experience to the theoretical things that I was teaching. And I think one thing that I learned at Ryther, not so much in this first year, but when I returned 3 years later to be associate director at Ryther, I think one thing I learned from Lillian Johnson was the ability to interpret case studies to lay people as well as to other professional people, and interpret them in a way that they came alive and made theory seem practical. And Lillian Johnson was a master at this, and it was one of the things that made it possible for her to have the kind of moral and financial support that she got in the community. And in many ways, I think I would consider her my teacher in this.
You returned then to Ryther in really an executive capacity.
Yes, when I left after this first year of being a house father, or whatever the title was at the time, Ms. Johnson asked if I would return when I'd finished my year at my obligation really in Idaho. And I know that I went back to Idaho to be put in the child welfare program, the public program, which related some of the experience I'd had at Ryther. And I agreed that I might if a position was open in the agency. And I didn't return within a year. Instead, I followed Arlene Johnson's advice and went to New York School of Social Work because of my interest in psychiatric social work. And at the time, that was one or two or three universities considered to be oriented in that direction, more than most schools were. And so I went to the New York School, and after graduation, Lillian Johnson offered me the job as associate director of Ryther. So I returned and had a different role within the agency, though much of what I did was not too different from what I had done as a house parent.
You had a different title.
I had a different title, and I had
some of the same job content.
Some of the same job content, and a lot of additional responsibility that was administrative, which was good because I learned a lot about administration. I learned how to conduct board meetings. I learned how to interpret to board people in a way that kept them involved and interested. I learned an awful lot about community organization because the agency was dependent on support from the community. And at the time, Seattle had a remarkably good plan for money raising, in which staff members within agencies had to participate in the money raising process, so that you had to go out and make speeches in businesses and industries. You had to organize committee meetings, and this was all in addition to your regular job at any social agency. And I felt it built a respect on the part of the staff of agencies, respect for the ways in which communities support their services. And I found this lacking in other places where I've lived and worked.
Did you think the staff then was also visible to the business community so that they understood and respected them?
That's right. The staff really became known in the community, and it made for some very valuable relationships between staff and various people within the community, and some who were the leaders of community and very important people. I think it broke down a barrier that often exists between people who have position and money and social workers in general, that it gives you a comfortable feeling with one another, and I think this has been helpful in later years.
This sounds like a very advanced plan. Do you think some of that has been lost in the present scene?
I'm not familiar with what's happening in Seattle at present. I think so often it was a community chess program at the time, and I think there were some innovative people heading it. And I think these kinds of programs vary a lot by the leadership they get. But I would hope that it's continuing. And Seattle was not quite a huge city, nor was it a small town. And it had a unique quality about it that was partly hometown quality and partly a sophisticated city. And maybe it's possible to do it in that type of community when it might not be in a large metropolitan area like Los Angeles or New York.
You described such an innovative program at Ryther. Do you think that has influenced the child welfare field, or has some of that been lost in intervening years?
Oh, I think certainly has influenced the residential treatment programs through America, that many more opened up, and some tried to follow the Ryther plan. And interestingly, shortly after Ryther was established, the book from Vienna came out, which dealt with, what was the title of that particular book?
Youth and conflict? Yeah.
Yes, the book was Eichhorn's Wayward Youth, an institution that he had established that really was very similar in some ways to Ryther, but the kids had rioted in that institution and tore down the building, so it was closed. But some of the philosophy was quite like Ryther's. And I think between that book and Ryther's experience that others started to adapt some of the practices. And interestingly, a number of leaders in the child welfare field in the country came out of Ryther where they'd had experiences. An example, Joseph Reed, became the director of the Child Welfare League of America, and he was a house parent at the time. I was an associate director at Ryther. At least 3 of the California children's institutions have been headed by Ryther staff. James Lamb, after leaving Ryther, became director of corrections in the state of Oregon and made a unique contribution. A number of others, there are 2 or 3 in Florida who come out of Ryther. Ryther was written up nationally, had a long article in the magazines. I think Life magazine had both pictures, an article on Ryther at one time, which brought an awful lot of interest so that people came from all over the country to observe it, and some came from abroad to see what was happening in the agency. And the United States Children's Bureau maintained a special interest, and they used to frequently send representatives to study us. And the agency would act, even the Child Welfare League of America, that Lillian Johnson believed very much in standard setting. And often some of the things she did not fit the standards, and she would try to justify this, but she did believe in standard setting, and I think respected it.
John, what do you think have been major developments in the children's treatment center field since your Ryther days?
Well, I think the primary one is the respect for the family of a child who's been placed in the first place, to work with that family to see that you can avoid placement and work something out within the family unit itself. And if the child is placed, to keep the family active in the life of the child while they're in placement. And I think Ryther neglected to do this at the time I was there. I've understood that since they've done much more to work with parents of children. But that was kind of universally true. And it was even true in child guidance clinics. Often the patient was considered the child, and work with families incidental. Example, most child guidance clinics at the time and even later would not allow a child to be seen by a social worker. They must be seen by a psychiatrist. And if any work was done with family, then a social worker might do it. And I think this is probably the major contribution. And the unfortunate thing is that agencies have tended to become large, that economically it's apparently paid off, particularly any kind of public programs, become so large that it's almost useless to try to apply what is quality work in dealing with the children. But there are some very good small institutions for children, and some that have combined foster home care in relation to the institution, and this is one of the contributions Ryther made, was to not see the institution as a dead-end stop, and also to see the center itself, Ryther itself, become a place where the child could come back if he didn't make it in a foster home, so that he was not put off and handed from one type of program to another, or one worker to another. And the same workers would continue through with the child after placement at Ryther. So the child came to know one of the staff members at Ryther, then that staff member saw them through their foster home care, or visited them after they returned to their own homes, if this were possible. And I think this is something very neglected in the field, the lack of follow-up with children and somebody staying with them through their whole growing experience.
Did this program attract particularly skilled and committed people who stayed there for quite a long time?
Yes, I felt so. In a way, there was kind of a cult aura about the place. Everybody was, at least when I was there, was so committed to the uniqueness of the place and that contribution they felt it was making, that it developed into a very kind of loyal family of professionals and non-professionals. And many wanted to stay, but I think the opportunities, because it was a small program, were not open for long staying. So usually an experience of 2 or 3 years, and staff moved on. Interestingly, Lillian Johnson was always angry when anyone left. It was as though she were abandoned. And for a long time, you were not her friend once you left the agency. And then it took her a little time to make up afterward. But she really wanted to develop a following that was loyal to her. And incidentally, I feel this is probably necessary in any creative program, that it can't be a committee starting it, that it has to be somebody who has an idea and is creative about it. This was true certainly of Bettelheim's program. It was certainly true of Eichhorn's program. Any of the outstanding treatment programs for children in the country have been a one-person idea. Not that they don't build on this, and not that they don't use their staff to enhance what they believe or test what they believe. But I think it's that kind of leadership that really succeeds. And unfortunately, so many institutions are run by a committee.
That is poor. But I get the idea that there was enough continuity of staff that the children had a pretty strong continued relationship usually with a worker.
Yes, I think this was true, and some staff did stay a very long time. Example, Lillian Burns, who was a psychologist staff, was very talented in working with adolescent girls, and I think she really lived out her whole professional life at Ryther Center, and I'm sure made a major contribution. Tommy Gallagher, who was a house parent at the time I was associate director, eventually took my position and also fell in love with Lillian Johnson, which created some problems within the agency. But he lived out his career at Ryther. And so there was always at least a nucleus of staff who were constant.
You cared for some really seriously disturbed children. Could you tell about some of those kids?
Yes, at the time, I thought they were uniquely disturbed. By today's standards, in 1988, I'm not so sure, because there's been quite a change between 1936 and 1988 in the general behavior of the youngsters. 52 years. But we really did have some extremely disturbed children. I know of one case of a young adolescent. I think he was 15 at the time, 14 at the time we took him, whose mother had been a Chinese prostitute in Alaska, and his father had been a businessman who was in Alaska for a period of time, and he was conceived, and the father simply disappeared from the scene and returned. Alaska at that time was not a state, returned to the state. And the mother had this boy and raised him in a house prostitution in Alaska. He had become seriously delinquent. He was half Irish, half Chinese. He was a master burglar. At the time he was referred to us, he had keys that could get him in any building or house, or automobile, I think, in the country. He had run away from Alaska and come to Seattle and was picked up by the police there and referred to us. He was very difficult to relate to in the beginnings. He was suspicious of any adult approach to him. And little by little, when we accepted some of his misbehavior and recognized some of his strengths and good behavior along the way, he started to relate to some of the staff. And the story is that we located his father, which was one of the conditions he said was necessary for him to, he used the term, reform himself. We located the father, and he was a businessman in Tacoma, Washington, very successful. He had married and had a family. We approached the father with consideration of his present status and so forth, and told him that Joe was with us. The father was a responsible man. He didn't know that he had conceived Joe. Admitted to having lived with his Chinese mother for a while. Said that he would take financial responsibility for Joe, but he didn't want his wife, present wife, or his children to know about it. And that he would see Joe on a regular basis, which he started to do. This really changed the relationship with this kid tremendously, so he came to respect staff for following through on something that was important to him. And little by little he sort of became the kid who belonged to Ryther. We became more his family than anywhere else. He was with us for our Christmas parties. He was helpful in many ways within agency. And the last report I had on Joe was that he was in business of some kind in Seattle. And I must say he was a very handsome, bright. Yes.
Well, John, the story of Joe suggests that there were kids at Ryther that would, in other contexts, been really labeled as hopeless and kind of discarded, that were helped to go on and have a good life.
Yes, we had any number of kids. Example, we had an adolescent girl there who had been prostituted by her mother to a policeman ever since she was 6 years old. And this is the way the mother had been able to finance the raising of her children, was what the policeman paid her for the relationship with this daughter. And there were 4 other children in the family, all of them very upset kids. But this girl was quite suicidal. And we brought in 3 of the kids to Ryther. One was underage, so we didn't bring them in. And I thought Lillian Burns did a great job with this girl, that she seemed to gain a lot of self-respect and attended school and saw some new opportunities in her life that she could not visualize before. There's a whole variety of the abuse and neglect of children evident in the Ryther Center at any given time.
Ryther also established a summer camp up in the Sound. Could you tell me about that?
Yes.
The program up there?
No, this was not in the Sound. That was a separate program.
I see.
But we did have a summer camp that was near Snoqualmie Falls, and it was simply a rustic cabin. And if a child was too disturbed, a staff member might go off alone and stay at this cabin, or go off with 2 staff members man and wife, and spend some time. It was used largely to get the kids off from the group, enough to get hold of their emotions and bring them back into the group. And incidentally, the camp was built largely by young volunteers and young businessmen who would take their Sundays and go up and clear brush and build the cabin. And it was a very useful location for us because it was in reasonable distance of Seattle, and yet you felt like you were a long way away. I had one sad experience while I worked at Ryther that relates to the camp. I had taken my vacation and come to Southern California and was in La Jolla, and found that one of the boys with whom I was working, a young teenager, had followed me to California, and he was a psychotic youngster. And he was from a wealthy family in Tacoma, and he had run away from Ryther, gone to his home, taken his father's gun and held it on his mother, and he was an adopted child, so it was his adoptive mother, and took the family car, drove to a nearby town and deserted the car, and then hitchhiked to California looking for me. And I was notified that he'd been picked up by the police in Los Angeles and that he was in the Catholic Boys Club being cared for, where Joe Thiesing was director at the time. And I went to see the youngster in preparation for driving him back to Seattle, and found that he was very sick mentally. He had on an old coat that the janitor had given him at Ryther, and he was fond of the janitor, as many of the kids could relate to someone who had a lesser position in agency than they did some of the so-called top brass. And the janitor had given him this coat, and he wore it pinned up with a safety pin around his chin. He'd refused to take a bath. He was not disoriented, but or didn't seem paranoid, but just withdrawn. And so I drove him back to Seattle, not a pleasant trip to take. And he seemed not to respond within the agency, and we sent him up to the camp with a very capable young couple who later became quite prominent in child welfare in Washington and in Washington, D.C. And while he was at camp, he drowned. And I had to be called and go up to try to find his body. And we did find it at the bottom of a river. And I had to stay with it while the couple went for the coroner. And we always felt that it was a suicide. And I must say this is a serious blow for anyone who works with children to have this happen to one from whom they feel responsibility, as I did. Then had to deal with his adoptive parents, who were indifferent to his death, seemed not to much care. When I called them, they said, well, we can't come today because he has a sister and it's her birthday and we're having a party. And I saw them about 2 days later, and they seemed very cold and indifferent to the whole experience. But this kind of thing you deal with because it's real life. in institutions.
You have quite bittersweet memories of that camp, then.
Yes. Yes.
But it sounds, you told of its building as though this is an agency that the whole community got involved with and made a contribution.
Yes, because what we found was that there were a group of young men who are not yet earning the kind of money to make large donations to an agency, but they would give their time, and they were kind of the junior businessmen of community, and they loved the outing that they took. They had a lot of fun when they were together. They drank Washington beer while they worked, and it was a lark for them. And interestingly, some of them got interested in our kids. Some became foster parents. Some just visited the agency occasionally and made special kinds of effort to help. So it was a way of recruiting lay interest in the agency.
You also are known for your contribution to the volunteer effort and your training of volunteers. So would you say that got some start in your Ryther years?
Yes, I think it started in my Idaho years, but I certainly followed through it at Ryther. We used Junior League as volunteers and trained some of them to be the initial finders of foster homes, and I must say they were excellent. And we used other volunteers to do special things for the agency, like the ones building the camp, or women who did such mundane things as darn and sew and decorate and this kind of thing within agency. And we always had an ample number of volunteers who participated in our Christmas programs and getting ready for Christmas, which was a big event at Ryther. So I used to meet with volunteer groups quite often and interest them. Then, of course, the board of directors were volunteers. And this was a valuable experience.
Tell a little bit about Christmas at Ryther. How did you celebrate?
Christmas at Ryther was, at the time, had a unique program, which I've been asked to describe in detail to many agencies in California and other states. As an example, we had a philosophy that it was as important for a child to learn to give as it was to receive. That their real satisfaction at Christmas would be this reciprocal kind of experience. And so we would do such things as set up a store in the agency and give out script to the youngsters. And the volunteers provided all kinds of gifts for the stores. Many of them were white elephants that they had received as gifts over the years. And it was a well-stocked store. And we also provided considerable Christmas wrapping and ribbons and so forth, and we'd open this approximately a week before Christmas. And every night we had a period in which the store was open, and the kids would come and buy. And what we found was not only that the experience was a satisfying one, but that it was awfully important diagnostically, that what we would find that, with the ambivalence of children toward giving to various people, whether it's their parents or their siblings or to staff or to other kids, that one night they would buy something for someone by night. By the next night they were angry with that person and would return the gift. Or they would tear up the wrapping of the place and sometimes destroy the gift. That some of them we found were highly sensitive to the kind of person to whom they're giving, that they really were thoughtful and caring. And it gave us clues often to the families that we felt would be most ready to accept children back in their own homes. Because we saw something in this experience that maybe didn't come out in other kinds of experiences we were having with the children. So this went on for several days before Christmas. On Christmas Eve, general Christmas tree in which all children had gifts. And these were gifts largely purchased by volunteers, many of them Junior League members. And we thought awfully important that each kid get exactly the gift that they wanted. And so we would request from any given giver a special kind of gift for a child. And these would come in just beautifully wrapped. And Lillian Johnson was always uneasy about gifts that were already wrapped because she didn't quite trust others who might somehow hurt our children. I remember one Christmas we had an unusually large number of beautiful wrapped gifts brought, and she decided that this year we won't unwrap them and wrap them up again. And got worried in the night that there might be something in there that's getting. She always seemed to have hunches about things. And she called me in the night and one other staff, and we went over and unwrapped every package and then rewrapped them in the poor way that I could. And when we were about halfway through, we opened a package for one of our teenage girls. As a matter of the fact, this was the girl who had been prostituted. And inside were dirty underclothes, worn out underwear, and beautifully wrapped. And this girl had requested lingerie that was popular with her age group at the time. And here we were in the middle of the night. What do you do to get lingerie for a teenage girl in Seattle? And the only thing to do was to call one of our board members who was head of one of the big department stores, and got him out of bed. He said he would be down early in the morning, and we met him and got the gift. So it was wrapped in time for this girl to have it on Christmas morning. And a great deal of Christmas that we felt sentimentality had an important place in the life of the children, that many of them had had very little experience with any kind of happy sentiment. And I must say that Christmas often was a sad time, that we saw some children completely ignored by anyone who was related to them at Christmas time. And it was a sad time for many. But it was an important experiential
They took some happy Christmas memories away from Ryder.
I'm sure of it. And I think the staff took them away. I've never forgotten Christmas. I think each year it renews the holiday spirit in me.
How many Christmases were you at Ryder?
Let's see, I think it's probably a total of 3.
What years were you actually at Ryder, John?
When I came as a house parent, it was 1936. When I came back, it was 1938. I think, I don't remember 50 years back exactly.
You stayed at Ryder
a couple of years.
Went to war.
No, I stayed at Ryder until I came to San Francisco.
I see. You were already in San Francisco when you went into the Army.
Yes, that's right.
Well, what tempted you away from Ryder?
Well, there are a number of things. One thing, I never liked the weather in Seattle. I disliked the rain and the darkness of winter there. That would not in itself have Right. Another thing, I felt that I really had gained from the experience most of what I wanted to have. And thirdly, Lillian Johnson is not easy to work with, though I always respected her knowledge about children and the way she shared it. And I just felt it was time to move on.
Well, what attracted you then to San Francisco?
I've always liked the city of San Francisco, and I had the feeling that I would be drafted in the war. The war was underway at the time I left Seattle, and I felt if I'm going to be drafted, I might well live where I would enjoy it for a while. And particularly...
How long did you have then to live in San Francisco before the draft captured?
I believe it's 9 months.
Less than a year.
Less than a year. And I took the job as casework director at the Children's Protective Society there, with the understanding that I may be drafted any day. And a wonderful woman named Sophie Hardy was the executive director of the Children's Protective Society of San Francisco. And he told me that I could be employed, whether it's for a week or for 20 years, that she had had great difficulty with the casework director she had had, a woman who she said really had almost destroyed a part of the program, and that she wanted to give me authority to make any changes within agency that I could recommend to her, and that she wanted me to observe what was going on and see whether some change could be brought about and forth. So this was one of my charges
Would
in
you
this
tell
agency.
about some of the changes you did in that agency?
Well, I observed a few days, and interestingly, what I found almost immediately was that the most damaging person in the agency was the secretary who was doing the intake. And she was a woman who had worked a long time in that agency, and no one recognized her as doing good work, but there was a kind of loyalty to her because she'd been there so long. And she really turned people off when they came to the agency, and she really was never well liked by most of the staff within the agency. So my first recommendation was to dismiss her, which Sophie Hardy said, "Oh, that's going to be difficult to do," but did it. And we noticed tremendous change within the agency. Also, the supervisor had been there, I think, wanted to control everything, that she didn't allow for any creativity in the work that individuals did, and wanted everything reported to her and then her approval or disapproval. And what I discovered were some unusually good and unique talents among staff where they did best in working particular age children or with particular kinds of problems, and where they might do better if they specialized rather than work generally with neglected and abused children. And you started to see some of the staff just bloom with these kinds of opportunities. And all the time I was there, I anticipated leaving to be drafted, though I was 29 years old and not sure that I would be drafted. I shouldn't have been at that old age. But I knew it was coming, and I was in good health. And so I kept in mind the names of persons who might replace me when I left, so there'd be some continuance in the program. And one person I had in mind was William Wilsnack, who wife had worked with me at Ryther, and he was working in Arizona and had quite an important job in Arizona, but wanted to live in San Francisco. So when I was drafted, he was employed and was the director of the agency until the agency was closed right after World War II.
What led to its closing?
Well, a woman named Irene Liggett was brought in from the East to study the services in San Francisco, and it was her recommendation that the Children's Protective Society be closed, and that some of the functions be taken over by some other agencies. And it was probably an unfortunate move because it really developed that children's protective work almost disappeared in California until about the 1960s, when there was a new interest developed in it, and public welfare put emphasis on protective work. But even in Los Angeles, one time the only protective agency for children was Los Angeles Children's Bureau, and it dropped its protective function. And there was just no community caring except by the police and some of the public officials. And the Children's Protective Society essentially was psychoanalytically oriented, and Irene Liggett didn't like the philosophy of the agency, and Sophie Hardy didn't like Irene Liggett, so the politics closed it. And I've heard many regrets expressed in the community, particularly by board members, that they ever closed.
That was a kind of a personal clash. Do you have any other explanation for these kind of cycles that we work kind of dropping out of sight and then...
I suppose it's like, what styles do you wear in 1920 and 1930? That there seems to be a new focal point of interest. It doesn't always mean the abandonment, like there was, of protective work, but the emphasis shifts.
And the money goes.
And the money goes. And we, right now, are in the height of interest in 1988, and work with children and their families where there is abuse and neglect. And we're seeing more of it than's ever been known, or at least ever been reported. But this will go too. There'll be a new shift in focus of work eventually. When I first came to Los Angeles, the major interest in any social work conference was the unmarried mother. And I got so sick of hearing about unmarried mothers, and the whole philosophy almost changed with the kind of freedom of sexual mores that it, but that was every paper written, every paper presented was on unmarried mothers, it seemed to me, and some of the workers became fanatical about them.
This prediction that you said the protective will drop out of the center of interest, do you think that will be because the problem of abuse has been solved, or will go on?
Yes, I think these problems are so large and so extensive that they don't get solved. They get helped, and solutions for some people who have the problem. But social problems are enormous, and I think their focus of interest jumps from one area to another, and it would be an interesting study to see just out of the literature where focus has been at different points. Example, when I first came into social work, the emphasis was on working with people who have tuberculosis, And here was really a solution because the doctors managed to solve the problem of TB. Now there's a recurrence of tuberculosis. We may have a new interest with social workers focusing here. That life seems to run in cycles.
In retrospect, it looks to you like big cycles of interest and attention, and then kind of dropping out of sight and something else resurging.
That's right.
Do you think with these cycles there are improvements in social work expertise?
Yes, I think we build on our knowledge, and I think we develop our arts of working some of these situations. On the other hand, I think sometimes our way of organizing to solve them is not very helpful. That we to become too scientific in our approach, and it's not as effective as some practical work.
Do you think we're into that now, kind of an over-science?
I think so. Yes, because I never felt that social work could be a pure science of any kind. I always thought essentially as an art. And not that we shouldn't have an intellectual knowledge and theories developed and concepts for working and so forth, but I see all this struggle to do what some workers feel are very scientific ways of approaching and working, and some with success, some not. But
do you think that there's been some losing sight of the client in all this? As
we're in somewhat a selfish period of as we've moved into private practice more, and where we almost want to follow union rules and working as time-wise and so forth. I think there's been some loss of what I felt is the spirit of work. And perhaps we have tended to overeducate for social work. And I never felt that a master's degree should be 2 years in social work. I thought it should have been a 1-year master. And I think the doctoral program is far too long and practical enough.
Speaking of private practice, I know you've seen some of your good and gifted students go into private practice and be very successful in it. Do you have any feeling?
In many ways, I've been glad to see social work extend to serve the whole range of people in our country or in our society at all. But I hate to see it done at a price of abandoning what was fundamentally our job of working with the poor and disinherited people. And I think this has happened. I think many of our graduates would not think of working in a public welfare agency anymore, or working in an agency that doesn't serve some of the middle and upper class groups of people, because their own status, their ego status and so forth, they feel is abused if they're not serving people who they respect economically.
It's like they kind of derive their status from the status of their clients.